Hey everyone, Andrew here. Have you ever wanted to build a rideshare app like Uber? In this video, I'm going to go step by step and show you exactly how to do just that. We're going to use two modern and popular frameworks to build our project, Laravel and Vue, which are powered by PHP and JavaScript respectively. Alright, let's get started. Before we actually start writing code though, let's take a minute and figure out how a rideshare app should work. First, a user needs to authenticate with the application, preferably with something simple, like their phone number. Then they should choose whether or not they're looking for a ride or they want to drive. And if they're driving, they'll be put into a waiting area to wait for a ride request. If they're looking for a ride, they'll have to enter in their desired destination, and then a notification will be sent to any available drivers. Drivers can either accept or deny the request, and the first one to accept it will be given the trip. The passenger gets a confirmation, and the driver starts making their way to them based on the GPS info from their phone's browser. Once the driver makes it there, the passenger gets in the car, and the trip starts. They are driven to their destination, get out, and the trip ends. The driver gets back into their waiting area, and the passenger goes about their day. So you can see we have a lot of working parts here. Some communicating via API calls, some real-time events, some mapping, and so on. Let's talk about how we're going to break this up. Because of the complexity of this project, it'll be easier to tackle one half first and then the other. Our backend will handle things like authentication, data storage, and sending notifications, while the front end will handle user input, navigating, drawing maps, and receiving notifications. We'll build each one out separately and then connect them together towards the end. I think it makes sense to start with the backend first, so let's get into it. So I have this directory for our code set up, and I've already created two folders in it, one for the backend and one for the front end. Again, we're keeping these as separate code bases that will tie together in the end. So let's go into our backend directory, and we're going to create a new Laravel project in here using Composer. So Composer create project, Laravel in the current directory. Okay, this was installed successfully, so let's go ahead and open it up in our editor. The first thing that we need to do is determine what models are going to be used in this application, and that depends on the data structure that we are expecting to use. So if we go to App Models, we can see that Laravel by default provides us with a nice user model for users of our application, and we will make use of this considering that we are having people log in to this rideshare app. We're going to clean this up a little bit first. If we scroll down, we'll get rid of this email verified at attribute because we will not be using email verification for this user. And then if we go to the database folder of our application and go to migrations, a migration is created for a user's table corresponding to the user model that we just looked at. We can get rid of the email verified at attribute because again, we're not going to be using it. And instead of an email string here, we're going to be using phone because we're going to be authenticating users with this application through their phone number. And instead of password, we don't actually prompt the user for providing a password when they're logging in. Most applications that use phone numbers for logging in will text you some kind of one-time use code that you use instead. So let's rename password as login code, and it'll be nullable, because by default, this will not have a value in the user model. And after a user successfully logs in, we want to remove it as well, so it's not always present in the database. All right, this looks good. Let's close out of this. And we'll think about the other models that we will need in our application. So let's open up a terminal, and we can use PHP's artisan command that comes with Laravel to create some new models for us. But let's think about the data structure of our application. We have users, which are authenticated into the application, but whenever a user signs in, they're going to be prompted if they want to be a driver or a passenger. Passengers can just be typical users. We don't need a new model for that, but we should need a new model for drivers because they're going to be holding additional information. Things like their car year, maybe even a driver's license or a rating. And sure, we could put all of these additional columns in the user table, but it makes more sense to split that out into a separate model that's just attached to the user as a relationship. So let's make a model and we'll call that driver. And we can actually pass in the migration flag here. So we'll create both the model class as well as the migration class. in one command. Okay, perfect. Now let's create another model and think about what else we need. Well, each time that a passenger requests a ride somewhere, we'll need to store that information in the database, where they're going, where they currently are, who's driving them, and, stuff like that. So let's create a model for this and we'll call it trip. So there'll be multiple trips associated with a passenger or a driver. And again, we'll create the migration alongside of that. And honestly, I think that's all we need for this application. A user can be a passenger or a driver, and a driver holds additional information for those users who are drivers. And then trips hold all of the information regarding rides to and from origins and destinations for both passengers and drivers. Let's open up each of these migrations that we created, and we'll work on the structure for these tables. So by default, Laravel creates an auto-incrementing ID, and using timestamps, it creates two dates, one for created at and one for updated at, which automatically are populated whenever a model is created or updated. So between these two is where you'll usually add in additional fields or columns for this database table. The first thing that we need to add is an association between drivers and users. So this can be done with either an unsigned big integer called user ID, or in Laravel instead, what we can do is call table foreign ID 4, and then pass in the model that is a relationship to this particular table's model. So we can use the user model class, and it's the exact same as what we saw up here with user ID. Besides just kind of looking better, Laravel does some stuff behind the scenes where if you use a different column name or a data type for the primary key of this model, it'll automatically make that association when you do this migration. So let's get rid of this commented out line and add some more fields. So I said before, the drivers table is mainly for storing information about being a driver. So that is car information. So let's add a few tables for their car. We'll give it an integer for the year, a string for the make and model. How about another string for the color? And finally, a string for the license plate. So that way on the passenger screen, they can see, all right, my driver is coming through with a 2019 Honda Accord. It's white and the license plate reads FL1234. Everything's looking good for this model. We don't need to do anything with the down method here. It'll just drop the entire driver's table if the migration is ran in reverse, which is exactly what we want. So let's exit this and we'll open up the trips table. And just like our drivers table, trips are also associated with a user. So we can do that foreign ID for user class. But trips are also associated with a driver. So a complete trip has a user, which is the passenger, and a driver, which is the driver. So we'll create another foreign ID for, but this time with the driver class. Now thinking about this, I want to have some kind of state with the trip. So I want to know if it has started yet. I want to know if it is currently in progress, and I want to know if it's been completed. This way, down the line, if I wanted to get all of the trips who have been completed as a passenger, I can get that. Also, I only want to send notifications about the trip that I'm currently taking. So we'll add a couple Boolean fields here. So let's do one for is started. And by default, that's going to be false. And we'll add another for is complete. And that'll also be a default false. So when a trip is created, it has not started and is not complete. But through a combination of these two flags, we can understand what part of the trip our passenger is on. Speaking of what part a trip is at, we also need to know where a trip is taking place. So it needs to have both an origin and a destination. And we need to keep that as a pair of coordinates, as latitude and longitude. Now I could create a decimal column for latitude and longitude, but I'd need 4 of them because we're storing both the origin and the destination. Instead of having all of these columns, I'm instead just going to store the location data for both of those as a JSON object. So we'll have a JSON object for the origin, and it's nullable by default. And we'll have another JSON object for the destination. Again, nullable. Now I think this is all I need, but I also want to store the destination's name somewhere in this trip. So whatever API I use, like Google Maps, for instance, to pull trip destination off of, it will usually provide me a name of like a street corner or a store or business that a user wants to go to. And I'd like to store that so that it's displayed on the passenger side whenever they have confirmed their trip. So let's create a new string column, and we'll call this destination name. And it's nullable because by default, it doesn't exist there yet. Not until a trip has been confirmed by a passenger. And I think the last thing that I need to store is one more pair of coordinates, specifically the drivers, because I want the passenger to see in near real time where their driver is at. It'll help them understand how far away they are so they can get ready to leave. And it can also show as they're driving to the destination where along the path they're currently at. So we'll call this driver location. Simple enough. Okay, and I think that's all we need for our trips table. So we can exit this. Now that we have finished our migrations, we need to populate the database with them because right now my database is empty. If we open up a terminal, we can run PHP artisan migrate, which will take all the files in this migrations folder and go one by one, adding or adjusting the tables that are present in them in whatever the up methods have. So now if we go back to my database, we can see that we have all of these tables here with the columns present that we had specified in those migration files. Let's clear out of this and exit the terminal because we don't need that right now. And before we start diving further into this, I want to make a couple of quick adjustments to the models that we created, the trip and the driver. So let's start with the driver. And we're going to do a few, I call these preliminary things whenever I create a new Laravel model. And the first is that we're going to add a property, protected guarded, and it's set to an empty array. The reason that we're doing this is because whenever we create a new model using Laravel's what's called mass assignment, if we don't have this attribute in here, it will cause an exception to be thrown that the data that we're putting into this model can't be accepted unless it's basically done one by one. Now, alternatively, we can specify each individual field that we want to be mass assigned by using a protected fillable array. So we could say, okay, I want my, the year to be fillable and the make and the model. And that's fine if you want to specify these out individually. But most of the time, it's just easier to set the guarded attribute as an empty array. That way you're saying all of the attributes in the database table for this particular model are mass assignable. And we're going to do the same thing for trip. Protected guarded is equal to an empty array. The next thing that I want to set up is the relationships for each of these models. So we talked before, let's open up the user one as well. So we talked before that a driver is basically just an extension relationship to a user. It adds additional attributes. And then a trip is associated with both a driver and a user. So let's define these relationships in the code. Let's start off with the user model. So let's scroll down to the bottom here, and we will need to add in some public functions for each of the relationships. And the function name will be the relationship name. So to start out, let's do driver. So a user can have a driver model associated with it. And for that, we can do return this has one and pass in the driver's class. The reason that we're doing has one here is because it is what's known as a one-to-one relationship. A user can only have one driver model associated with it. Additionally, let's scroll down here a little bit more. is a user can have multiple trips associated with them. So, I'm not signing into my application just to flag down a ride once. So I can do return this has many and then pass in the trip class. And now we can go into each of these classes and add in their relationships. So let's go with driver. All right, we'll define the inverse of the driver relationship that we added here in user and call user for the driver. So a driver has a user associated with it. And we return that by calling this belongs to the user class. And then like our user, drivers also have multiple trips associated with them. So we can return this has many and the trip class. So just like our user, a driver can have multiple trips associated with them. And then finally, the trip model. So for this, we'll use public function user. So a trip has a user associated with it. Or we return this belongs to the user class. And we also need to define the inverse of the driver model. So public function driver, return this belongs to a driver class. All right, this all looks good. So let's exit these models here. So what do we need to do next? Well, we can start building out some of the routes for our application. And this is going to be an API. So we're just going to focus on the api.php file here. So this is the API group of routes that comes with Laravel. There's also a web.php. This is associated more for web-facing routes, but we're not going to be having any of those. So we really don't need to focus on this file at all. Now you can see here that we already have a route set up for us as an example, and it's using this middleware auth sanctum. And that's because by default with some of the latest versions of Laravel, a package called sanctum is included with it. If we go to the documentation for this package, Laravel sanctum, it says that it provides a featherweight authentication system for single-page applications, mobile applications, and simple token-based APIs. Which that sounds perfect. We are building out a separate front end that will be built as a single page application. We don't have to add any additional packages for the authentication of our API. And we can get rid of this route that we have as an example because we're not going to be using that right now. The very first route that we need to do is we need a way for someone coming in to authenticate themselves into this application. Remember, we want to get a phone number from a user and give them authentication to the rest of the application. So let's create a route, and we're going to be posting to it. We'll call it login, and we need a controller to go along with this route. We can do that by using PHP Artisan in our terminal, make controller, and we'll call this just login controller. So it was created. Let's go ahead and open that up. And you can see it's already been scaffolded out from Laravel, and we'll save this for later. But what this array expects is our login controller class and a name for the method that's called whenever this route is posted to. Let's just say that we're expecting it on the submit method. Now going back to our login controller, let's create that method. So public function submit, and here's where we can perform the login. Now, this is a little bit different than a standard login because we're not taking an email address and a password and authenticating a user through that. We're instead taking a phone number and then sending out some kind of one-time use code that a user will have to submit with a follow-up request. So let's step through here and do some pseudocode and kind of understand all of the steps that will be needed in this particular method. So the first thing that we need to do is probably validate the phone number. And then we need to find or create a user model associated with it. Send the user a one-time use code. And then return back a response that just gives some kind of success message and lets our front end know that we can proceed to the next screen. So let's start with validating the phone number. We can start that out by, in the submit method, we can use the request object and pull in the current request that's being sent over. If we call the validate method on that, we can pass in an array consisting of key value pairs where the key is an attribute and the value are rules that are passed in to perform validation on that attribute. So if we're expecting a phone attribute to be passed in, that's probably the only thing that will be passed in. We can specify a few different rules separated by the pipe character to perform validation on this. Laravel has quite a few built in, and the ones that we'll probably be using are definitely required. So if the phone attribute is missing, we'll immediately get an error back. But with this, we could have users passing in, letters or dashes or any kind of other characters. So it also should be numeric. And then finally, we should do min 10. So a phone number will be a required attribute that is numeric with a minimum of 10 characters. This should be a good baseline to account for most cases. Now, unfortunately, Laravel doesn't have a built-in phone number validation rule, at least at the recording of this video. So, okay, we have our now validated phone number. So past this point, we have a request phone attribute that is numeric with a minimum of 10 digits. And we'll use that in order to find or create a user model. So we'll call user is user first or create. And this expects an array of attributes, where it'll first try to find a user with these attributes, but if it doesn't find one, it will create one instead. So we need to find a user with the phone number that was posted with this request. And if for some reason a user can't be found or created, let's go ahead and return a quick response back. It'll be a JSON response, and we'll just give it a message with the value could not process a user with that phone number. And it'll return back a 401 error. This way our front end can handle, the edge case that for some reason a user can't be found or created with that phone number that was passed in. So now it's time to send our user a code to their phone. And Laravel again provides a super helpful method with this. If we use the user object, we can call the notify method on it. And this method comes from, if we open up the user model, this trait at the top, notifiable. This allows us to easily send notifications via Slack, email, webhooks, whatever. And in this particular instance, we're going to be sending a text message with Twilio. Before we get started too in depth with this, let's go back to our code base, and we need to do a few more things first. So notify expects a class, a notification class, to be passed into this method here. And if we open up the terminal, we can create one of these using PHP Artisan. So we can say PHP Artisan make notification, and we need a class name. Usually the naming convention for this is the action that's being taken for this notification. So in our case, that is login needs verification. So it created our class for us. And if we go ahead and open that up, we can see that it's scaffolded out a pretty large class here. So by default, this is a mail notification. So this via method here returns back an array of services that this notification will be sent out to, or delivery channels is what they're called here. And again, by default, that's just mail. And then if we scroll down, we see this toMail method, which represents the actual notification that's being sent out. So it's a mail message class with the line, an action, and another line. And so what happens is that in this via here, we have for each of these delivery channels, we need a method in this same class to represent the actual message that is being sent out. But we're not using email. We are again using text messages through Twilio. By default, Laravel doesn't include that functionality with it, so we're going to have to go to a third-party package. On this site here, laravelnotificationchannels.com, we can browse different channels that are used with Laravel notification classes. So they are organized by category. So we have push or web push, messengers, SMS and VoIP, to-do lists, and miscellaneous. We're going to be looking under SMS and VoIP, specifically Twilio. We're then given a package README with a link to the GitHub repo for the package that we need to include this notification in our application. So let's go ahead and go to the installation section, and we need to just run this composer require line in our terminal. So let's go ahead and copy this over. Open up our terminal again and paste that in here. All right, that is good to go. And it looks like we need to add some attributes to our env file in order to get this fully set up. And it looks like it'll be these three here. So let's open up our env file. And we'll just scroll to the bottom and paste these here. And go to Twilio so we can get these. Copy over your account SID as well as your auth token into the spaces listed for auth token and account SID in your env file. Okay, that's all I need to do to set up Twilio to send out those notifications. Now I just need to adjust my notification class in order to send it out through a text message. So in this via array that's being returned, instead of mail, we're going to be calling Twilio channel. And we can get rid of the toMail function here and instead replace it with public function toTwilio. It takes a notifiable object as the argument. And the notifiable here, if we go back to the login controller, is this root object that notify is being called on. So this is a user model. It's this specific user model that has this phone number. And that is what is being accessed here in notifiable. Well, what I want to do is send out a text message to this user based on their phone number that gives them some kind of login code, right? So in order to do that, we can return a new Twilio SMS message and tack on this content method that will contain the string being sent out to them. Let's say your Andruber login code is, we need to create that code. We'll just say login code is a random number between 11111 and 999999. So it's a 6-digit random number. That's our login code. So your Andruber login code is login code. Don't share this with anyone. Okay, great. But this login code needs to be associated with the user as well, because when they post back in to verify, we need to have something to compare it with. So we need to store this on that user model. Well, we can just call notifiable update, which will update that original user model. And we have this login code column in the database that we had created through our migration that we can pass this login code into. So the code is generated, it is saved to the user, and then it is sent out to the user via a text message. So now the last piece of this is if we go back to our login controller, we need to pass in that notification class to the notify method. So login needs verification class. Oh, actually it is new login needs verification. So it's an instantiated object, not just the class. Ooh, actually, before we go to the last section here, we need to open up this user model. And there is an attribute that we need to change here. So by default, Twilio looks for, I think, a phone underscore number column on the user model to send that text message to. It tries to find this automatically. We have our user's phone number saved as a just phone column in the database from our migration. I don't want to go back and change the migration because then we have to redo the migrations again. And I also don't like phone_number. We can override this by calling public function route notification for Twilio and return back the value that we want this notification from Twilio to be sent to. So we can just return this phone. So the phone attribute of the user model. And this will be true for any notification that uses this Twilio channel as a via method. So we have our notification up and running. The user is now going to be notified whenever they've posted their phone number to this route. Now we can just return back a response and let our front end know that everything so far has gone through good. So we'll just return a response, JSON, message, and we'll just say text message, notification sent. So this could just be like a toast pop-up that happens in the front end, or it is just something maybe for the logs that will be seen. Either way, we get back a message that everything so far is good. The text message was sent out. Now we're just waiting for another request to be posted to verify that code. And now speaking of verification, let's handle that part. So let's go back to our API and we're going to create a new route. It'll be post verify, or actually let's do post login verify, since technically it is part of the login controller or login flow. And we'll use the same controller, the login controller, and we'll just call this method verify. So let's go now back in the login controller and create that public function verify. Again, passing in the request. Now this should be just as straightforward as the submit method from earlier. So let's start out with pseudocode again. Let's validate the incoming request. Find the user. Is the code provided the same one saved? If so, return back a auth token and auth token. If not, return back a message. All right, so again, let's just take this step by step. So request, validate, and an array of attributes. We'll expect the same phone number again. So required numeric, min 10. Because, at this point, we don't know who we are validating against. We need that phone number to be sent by the front end again. And we also need the login code, which is required, numeric. And we can take this validation pretty exact by using between and providing a min and max, which we know because we use these two values to generate the code in the first place. So this is between 111.111 and 999.999. So now we need to find the user that has both that phone number and that login code. So user is user, where, phone, request phone, and where login code is request login code. And this will be the first user that we find. So if the user has been found, if there is a user that has that phone number and that login code, then the user's phone number has been verified. So we can return back an auth token associated with that user. Because we're using Sanctum, we can just return the user object and tack on the create token method to it. And this expects a name for the token. We're not really displaying that publicly, so we can just use the login code as the name of the token. And we'll return back the plain text token property of that token object. So that way we are just getting back a token as the response. And then if that user is not found, well, we need to return some kind of message back to the front end. So let's return a response message, and we'll just say invalid verification code. And it's a 401 again. Actually, before we return back the token, we should update that user model. and get rid of the login code. So that way it can't accidentally be used again. So we'll set it to null. Okay, so let's go ahead and see this in action. Let's see if our work is paying off so far. I'm going to open up a larger terminal, and I'm going to use this command line tool, http, which allows me to use one of these two commands, http or https, to perform requests on different endpoints. It's like curl, but way nicer. First, I need to serve this application. So PHP artisan serve, and I'm using sudo here so I can specify the 80 port because it just makes things easier. Okay, so we have the server running. Now let's open up a new tab. So we can call http post, localhost, API, login, and phone is equal to my phone number. And we're getting back an error. Let's scroll up to the top and see what the message is. Field name doesn't have a default value. Insert into users. Okay, so if we open up our code again and open up our user migration, you can see that we have a name column here, and by default, it is not nullable. So it's expecting a value, but we are not passing one in. Let's go ahead and set this to nullable. Now I don't want to just go ahead and remove that column because I'll probably end up using it whenever a user signs up to be a driver. I can commit this change if I open up a terminal and run PHP artisan migrate refresh. And let's go back into the larger terminal. We'll clear this out and try this request one more time. Oh, and we're getting another error. Let's scroll up to the top of this one and see what we have now. Field phone doesn't have a default value. It's only inserting updated and created at into our users table. Well, if we go to login controller, we see that it's trying to push the phone in here. Let's open up the user model. And okay, I forgot. So remember at the beginning, we talked about fillable and guarded. And so fillable attributes are the only ones that are mass assignable. So right now, this is only setting name, email, and password as mass assignable. We're going to need login code. We're going to need phone. Let's just change this to protected guarded. That'll just make life a lot easier. And then down here in hidden, we're not going to be using a password, but I do want to keep our login code hidden. So any requests that come through to grab user information, that login code will not be present. Okay, let's try our request one more time. Clear this out. Okay, we got a notification back. And that ding you heard is the sound of my phone getting the text message for the login code. Let's go ahead and add that in. Let's go ahead and add in our verify request with that login code and see if it works. So now we're posting to login verify. The phone number remains the same. And login code equals 651360. And perfect. We have gotten a token back to use in our application. So that means our login code was successful. Now, just out of curiosity, I wonder what happens if I try to use it again. Invalid verification code. Perfect. So the code has already been wiped out. We can't use it more than once. Now let's go ahead and create a route to make use of this auth token and see it in action. Okay, so let's go back into our code base. And in our routes API file, we're going to create a new route. It's a get, and we'll call it user. And this is going to return back the authenticated user's information. So I don't need a whole controller for this. Instead, we'll just use a closure function. And I want this to return back the request user object. And we can use that illuminate HTTP request class as the function argument. And if we try to run this in the terminal, so HTTP get localhost API user, we get back nothing right now. And so this would be where the body is, and we get back an empty response. And that's because there is no user associated with our request. So in order to get this user object from the request, we need to add the middleware auth sanctum into the request, and we need to provide it an authorization header containing the token that we created earlier. So going back into the terminal, we can run the same request, but add in an authorization bearer header with our token that we created. So now we see the body is the user object. That is the user associated with the token that we had created earlier. Now we're going to have multiple routes associated with tokens. So instead of tacking on this middleware to each one of them, I'm instead going to create a new route group that will all be under this middleware. So we can do route group, and it takes an array where we can specify middleware is auth sanctum. And then that accepts a closure as the second argument and our routes underneath that. We can get rid of the middleware on this. And this works the exact same way. Okay, so that's a great little proof of concept, but now we need to add more functionality to our API. So we have the ability for users to log in, and we know that we can use the token that we get back to get information about that particular user, to get data associated with that particular user back. So we need to think about what is going to happen in the application, what API endpoints are going to be hit that we need to create in this backend. Well, whenever the user signs in for the first time, remember they're presented with a screen that allows them to select whether they want to be a driver or a passenger. And if they select driver, then we need to know if the user is a driver already. And if not, we need to get information from them to make them a driver. So there's two routes right there. So we need one to get information about a driver or the user being a driver. So let's create a new get route, and we'll just call this driver. And this will use a controller that we will create in a minute. And then we will also use a second route. We'll do a post route, and this will post to driver, and that will update the driver's information. So we'll get a driver, or we'll update a driver, or create one. So let's open up our terminal here in the IDE, PHP artisan make controller, and obviously we'll call this one driver controller. So now we can specify that this controller used is the driver controller we just created, and we'll call this show, or the method show, and this method will be update. Let's go ahead and open up that driver controller and create those two methods. So we have a public function show and a public function update. And both of these will take a request object. Because this is wrapped under that auth sanctum middleware, we're able to pull out the user with this request, which will help us. We need to return back the user and associated driver model. Now, we could just return back the associated driver model. We could do return request user driver, which will get us the associated driver object. But if the user doesn't have a driver associated with them, it would just be null. And I really don't like working with either just empty JSON objects or null values on the front end. I'd rather determine if a attribute on a property is null. So instead, I'm just going to return back the request user. But I need to know if that driver is part of that user. So instead, I'm going to create a variable called user, and that will hold that request user. And I'm going to call the load method on the user. And what this does is it takes a relationship as a string. So in our case, the driver relationship. And this determines if there is a driver relationship available on the model it's called on. There is, and it will attempt to load it and inject it as a property onto our user object. So coming back, if we return this user, there will now be a property on this user object called driver, which will either be null or it will be the associated driver object with this user. So on the front end, we can determine if a user's been a driver or not and move on with that information. Now, if they're not, we need to get back information from the user and create some kind of driver association or driver associated model for them. And so for this, I'm thinking we have just a simple form year, make, and model of your car, your license plate number, and stuff like that. So let's validate this request with the information that we expect to get back. So we'll get the year first, and that is required, and it's numeric. And we probably want this to be a relatively modern car. So let's do values between, 2010 and 2023, which is our current year. Actually, some cars could be 2024 models. So let's do 2024. So now that we've validated the incoming input, we need to grab the user like we did in the previous method so that we can create or update this driver object associated with them. So the user is the request user. And first, let's update the user's object, which the only attribute associated with the user in this is the name. So we can do user update, request only name. And now we either need to create or update a driver associated with this user. So we can do user driver. And remember, this gets back, if we call this as a property on the object, this will give us back the driver object from Eloquent. But if we call it as a method, as a function, we have access to the Eloquent's builder methods. So I want to update or create this associated model. And this takes an array consisting of keys and values, which we can get from the requests object and the only method. And we want the year, make, model, color, and license plate that was passed into us. And once that happens successfully, we want to, just like the above method, grab that driver object or that driver relationship now and attach it to the user model. And we're going to go ahead and return that whole user object. So whenever this endpoint is hit, we validate the incoming request, we update the user's name, we update or create a driver associated with that user, tack it onto the user object, and return that whole user object. And we can go ahead and test this out in our large terminal. So we'll keep that same authorization bearer token here because we'll need that in order to make this request. Because again, this is under that auth sanctum middleware. So we get the driver, we hit enter. You can see that we have the user object coming back to us and driver is null. That's what we expect. There is no driver associated with this. Now, if we instead post to the same route with just an empty body, you can see we're getting this redirecting to HTTP localhost. And that's because the validation that we set is being hit, but this request thinks that we are visiting from a browser and is trying to redirect us back to the previous page. Instead, if we add in an accept application JSON header, we'll get back JSON from the validation. So we can see here we have an object consisting of errors, which is itself an object consisting of the different fields that it's expecting to get back. So all of these fields are required and they were not sent in with our request. So instead, let's go ahead and add these fields in to this post request and see what happens. Okay, now, so we're getting back that user object again, but this time we have a fully filled out driver model, which is exactly what we expect. And so now, even if we get that driver request again, the same thing appears, which is our user that's authenticated with the token and its attached driver model. Okay, so if we clear this out, we've covered 2 of the 3 models that we created for this application, user and driver. So the last one that we need to cover are trips. And I think this will be where most of the functionality of this API lies. So let's think about the routes that are associated with trips and how that kind of fits into our application. So thinking back to how we want this application to work, after a user selects that they want to be a passenger instead, they put in information about where they want to go and where they currently are. So that should be the kind of genesis of a trip, and we'll need a route to capture that information and save it in the database as a model object. So let's create a new route. It'll be a post route at the trip endpoint, and we'll have to create a new controller for this. Let's go ahead and open up our terminal, And like the last controller, PHP, actually let's clear this out first. PHP artisan make controller, trip controller. That just makes the most sense. So now we use that trip controller, and we will call this the store method. Now let's go ahead and open up that controller and create that method. Public function store, add in our request parameter or argument, and we are good to go. So we need to validate information again from a request and then create a trip based on that. And so we need to, again, validate. And let me open up our trip migration again to see what columns our database has that we might need for this. So the user, we are not going to need that. That will be through our authentication token. The driver, the trip hasn't taken a driver yet, hasn't been accepted by a driver, so we're not going to need this. Is started and is complete. We are both keeping the default values for those because it hasn't started and it isn't complete yet. So it looks like we'll need these three, this origin, destination, and destination name. The driver location, we don't have a driver again, so that can remain null. So origin, destination, and destination name. Let's go back to our controller. And so once these are validated, we need to create a trip based off of them. And it's a trip for a user who is acting as a passenger. So we just use the request user and then the trips method, not the object property, the method, just like we did with the driver earlier, and create. And we are creating a trip based on the values that we validated. So origin, destination, and destination name. And let's just return back this trip that we created to the client. Okay, so we have the ability to save a trip in the database, but we need the ability to get a trip from the database, specifically a trip that is associated with the user that's currently authenticated. And the reason for that is, we don't want every user being able to access every trip in the system. That would not be secure. So let's go back to the routes API file, and we're going to add a new route here, route get trip, and we will call trip as well in these curly brackets, and Laravel will automatically inject the appropriate trip model based on the primary key of that model that's added in. So we'll use the same trip controller class, and this method we'll just call show. So now going back to the trip controller, let's exit out of this migration we're not using anymore. Let's add a new method, public function show. We'll use our same request object, and we will also be using a trip object. So this trip model, if we just return trip, this will return a whole trip model. This will return a whole trip model based on whatever the primary key is that is added into this route here. So if we do /trip1, it will return the trip that has the primary ID of 1. But again, we don't want to just return this trip. We want to validate. We need to make sure that the trip is associated with the authenticated user. And so we'll need to do this two ways because the trip has a user ID as well as a driver ID associated with it. So if the request is coming from the driver or the passenger, we should return the trip. Otherwise, we can just return a 404. So to start out with, we can say, all right, if the trip user ID is equal to the request user ID, then we can go ahead and return the trip. And if the trip's driver ID is equal to the request user driver ID, then we can also return the trip. And otherwise, we will return a response back, a message that says, cannot find this trip. And it's a 404. But there is a quick problem, and that's with this line here. The driver of both the trip and the user could be null because a trip could not have been accepted yet by a driver, which means that it wouldn't have a driver associated with it. And the requesting user might not have a driver associated with it. So before it even gets to this 404 response, it'll throw an error out up here. So we can combat that by just wrapping this in another conditional and saying, all right, if the trip has a driver and the request user has a driver, then we can check this whole conditional. Otherwise, it just returns the same 404 down here. Okay, let's keep this going. So back in the API, let's think about the flow of the application when it corresponds to trips. So right now, just as an overview, we have get a driver's information, update a driver's information. We have create a trip, we have get a trip. But we need to create some routes in order to adjust the trip as it proceeds through the different sections, the different screens in our front-end application. So off the top of my head, we need a route for when a driver accepts a trip. We need a route when a driver starts a trip. We need a route when a driver ends a trip. And we want to be able to update the location of the driver in kind of near real time. So we'll need another route to, update that driver's location. All right, so let's go ahead and add some of these in. So we will create all of these as post routes, and they're all going to use this trip as the base. So using the Laravel route model binding, we will have a trip associated with it, just like we did in the trip controller's show method. So, okay, I said trip accept, and we'll just call this trip controller class accept. And let's go ahead and copy this line because we'll use it a few different times. So we'll need 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we have accept, start, end, and the last one updates the location. We'll just call it location. Now you might be asking yourself, why are we splitting these out into 4 different routes when we could just have one single route that performs an update on the whole model? And that's a valid point. But the reason that I'm splitting this out will become more clear as we flesh these out. So just bear with me. Let's go ahead and add these methods into our trip controller class. So we have a public function accept with our request object as well as our trip object. And then again, we can copy this for start, end, and location. Okay, so our accept method is a driver accepts a trip. Start is a driver has started taking a passenger to their destination. End is a driver has ended a trip. And location is update the driver's current location. So all pretty straightforward. Now, the reason that I split these out is that each one of these will have a separate event that gets fired to notify the front end and update that information in real time using WebSockets. Again, I'll go into more detail as we flesh these out more. I just want you to kind of know where we're going right now. Remember, by default, a trip doesn't have a driver associated with it. But when it's accepted, that means that a driver has taken that trip. And so we need to update that trip model with an appropriate driver ID. So we can call the update method on our trip model, which takes an array of attributes. And we can update that driver ID to be our request user's ID. So this request right now is coming from the driver using this application. So their token is the one that's associated with this request user, and it is their ID that is now associated with this trip as being the driver. And then we'll also take note of their current location, and we will update that with the request driver location attribute. So we are expecting a driver location on the request. So we'll make that a required attribute. Okay, and after that's done, we'll just go ahead and return the trip back to the client. Except actually, let's load in some of these relationships to this trip. So I want the driver's information because that way we can provide it to, the passenger so they know, all right, who is going to be my driver whenever this trip is accepted. But not just the car information, we'd also like to get the user's name as well, but that's stored in the user model. Instead of loading in the driver and then doing something like trip driver load user, because remember the user is a relationship to the driver, we can do trip load driver dot user. So we'll have a driver object on the trip and then a user object on the driver. Now let's go down here to this start method. So a driver has started taking a passenger to their destination. Remember back to our migration is that we have these two Boolean flags is started and is complete. So I want to update our trip model and set is started to true. So now this lets our front end know that, all right, the trip has started, the driver has picked up a passenger, and we're going to the destination. And then just like the above accept method, we're going to load in the trip's driver and user model relationships and return back the trip. For the end method, it's almost exactly similar to this, except instead of updating is started, we're updating is complete. Pretty basic, right? All right, and finally for the location, we are updating the trip one more time, and we're setting the driver location to the request driver location attribute. And again, like the accept method, we are expecting that driver location. So we need to validate the request and make sure that the driver location attribute is required. Like everything else, we will load in the driver and user model relationships and return back the trip. Okay, so we just did a whole lot of coding here. It seems like it is a lot of copy and pasted functionality in these methods. And, you might be right. There's probably a lot that we can condense down here and refactor to a single method. But for this particular use case, I like having these split out. I like having these all open and individual so we can understand where the flow of our application is going and what endpoints are being hit as we progress from starting a trip to ending a trip. So I hope that makes sense. All right, so let's go ahead and try to create one of these trips in our large terminal. Okay, so we have the HTTP request and it's being posted to the API trip method. So we're creating a new trip. We have the authorization bearer token here and ready. So now we can add some data into this. Looking back in our controller, we need an origin, a destination, and a destination name attributes. The origin and the destination are objects. Again, they're JSON that has a latitude and longitude associated with it. And the destination name is just a string. So let's go ahead and add these values into this request. And let's start out with the destination name. We'll do something like Starbucks. And then for the destination itself, we're going to use some raw JSON. Let's do a latitude as some testing values and the longitude, some other value. And then the origin, we'll do the same with it. So latitude, and a longitude. All right, let's make this request. Okay, so the request went through, but it gave an error. And if we scroll up to the top here, let's see what the message for it is. So we have argument 1, values must be of type array, string given. All right, and I think this is because we are passing in a raw JSON string here for both the destination and, the origin, but the database column is set to a JSON column. So it's expecting a JSON object or a PHP array. And in order to combat this, what we can do is I think we should be able to open up our trip model here and add a new property called protected casts. And what this does is it takes values from columns associated with this model and allows us to transform these before they actually reach the database. So for the casts for origin, we'll set that as an array. And we'll do the same for the destination. Incoming JSON strings from our requests should be serialized through PHP, and then that is what is passed into the database, which stores it as a JSON object. Let's go ahead and add in the rest of the columns that will need casts for this model. All right, let's go ahead and try this request again. So let's clear out of this, and we'll try it one more time. All right, well, we get another error, and it looks like it's different this time. Field driver ID doesn't have a default value. Now I could have sworn I made the driver relationship nullable for a trip model. Let's open up that migration again. It looks like I did not. So this is a nullable field, and we'll have to rerun our migrations again to make that stick. So PHP artisan migrate, refresh, but I don't want to redo the migrations for everything because I have a user model and token already set up, and I really don't want to go through that process again. Instead, I can pass in this path option here and run just a specific migration file. Okay, so it rolled back the migration just for the trips table and then reran it for the trips table. Our user table should be unaffected. So let's try that request one more time. All right, perfect. We have a trip that was created and returned back to us with all of the fields that we passed in. Now let's go ahead and try to get this trip. So let me clear out everything that's in this request here. And instead of making a post request, we'll make a GET request to localhost API trip. And remember, we need to pass in the primary key ID for this model to get it back. So that is 1 from the above return response. All right, and we have the whole trip model coming back to us with the now user attribute attached with it. Now we currently don't have a driver associated with this trip, so we have no driver model associated with it coming back, but the rest of the information is here and accounted for. I think the last thing that we need to do for our backend before it's fully functional is push out events for some of these endpoints. So let's go back into our code. We'll exit these migrations that we don't need right now and go back to the trip controller. So if we scroll down here, whenever a trip is accepted by a driver, is started by a driver, and the driver's location is updated, I want to push out an event that can be consumed in real time by the front end. So, if we scroll up here, for example, whenever a trip is accepted by a driver, I want the passenger to get an instant notification letting them know who's coming to pick them up. And we can make this happen inside Laravel, but we need to do 2 things first. The first is that we need to dispatch event classes for each of the events that we want to be pushed out. I think it makes sense to push one out for the accept, the start, the end, and the location update. So let's start with each of these. In order to create an event class, we can use artisan again. So we'll open up our terminal and run PHP artisan, make event, and we'll give these names that are associated with the event that is coming through. So for the accept, we'll do trip accepted. For the start, we'll do trip started. For the end, we will do trip ended. And for whenever the location is updated, we will do trip location updated. So now we have in our app folder, we have an events directory now, and we have our 4 events. So what exactly do these do? Well, let's go ahead and open up one of these. Let's open up our trip accepted class. And you can see it has a lot of boilerplate that it starts with. So we have all of these classes that are coming in as use statements. We have a few different traits up here. We have a construct method, and we have a broadcast on method that returns a new private channel with a default channel name. Now, events in Laravel are used in a couple of different ways. They don't necessarily have to be broadcast out to a front end. You can use events with listener classes that allow your application to respond to certain events throughout the execution. And if you want some examples of those, I'll link them down in the description. But we're not using events that way. We are broadcasting them out to the front end. And for that, we will be using all of the boilerplate that is currently in here. So in the constructor for this, we should pass in something that we want to be passed through to the front end. So if a trip is accepted and an event or a piece of data is pushed to the front end, what should I receive as my application that I can make use of? Well, I want to know who the driver is for the passenger, and I might want to know where the driver is currently at. And all of that stuff is stored within this trip that we had just accepted. So after we load in the driver and user, we have this object that contains all that information. So we should pass that to the front end. And so in the constructor, we are going to expect a trip model. And okay, what do we do with this? Well, we need to create a property on this event class, a public trip. And then in the constructor, we set that trip to the one that is passed in. So we instantiate this attribute with a trip that is being passed in. And okay, so why do we have this property up here? What does it do? A public property is available on the event model whenever it's pushed through to the front end. So after this event is broadcasted to our front end, it will have a trip attribute associated with it that is the entire trip model that we are passing through to this event. Now I know this might sound a little complicated right now, but believe me, it should click once we start putting everything together. Now back in the trip controller, all we need to do is get that trip accepted event and call the static dispatch method on it. And then the dispatch method takes in whatever arguments our trip accepted model has in the constructor. So that is just our trip model. So whenever this event is dispatched, it creates a new trip accepted object from this class, passes in the trip in the constructor, adds it to the public property up here, and then we'll broadcast it out on whatever is returned in this array. Now for the sake of this demo app, I'm not going to use private channels because we'll have to deal with a whole layer of authentication on the front end to connect to it. Instead, I'm just going to push out these events to a public channel that a user on the front end can instantly connect to. And to do that, I'll remove that private channel class and we will return a new channel. And we will give it a basic name. How about just passenger? So whenever this event comes through, it's broadcasted out on the public passenger channel that our front end can connect to and pull information from. Actually, instead of just the passenger channel, this could be confusing if more than one passenger is signed into the app at the same time. So instead, we should suffix this with something like their ID. So how about passenger underscore this user ID? And we will get this user object. We'll return a private user property up here. And we will expect a user to be passed into the constructor and set this user as user. So now if we go back to our trip controller, we will dispatch both the trip and the request user object. Now on the front end, the user will know what their ID is, so they can easily connect to this channel, but so can anybody else. We're going for completion here, not for security. Don't judge me. If you want to learn more about securing channels and broadcasting with private channels, I'll put a link in the description to the Laravel documentation around that subject. Okay, so we've done our trip accepted event. Now we have 3 more, and all of these are basically going to use the exact same functionality that this one has. So let's just go ahead and open them up, and I won't bore you and speed through this part. Okay, so we have all 4 of these updated. And again, the reason we don't have one event to handle all of this, which we totally could, is that I want to have that separation out on the front end. So I want to listen for a trip accepted event or a trip ended event. I don't want to listen for a single trip event and then determine through like an attribute what the actual event is. Splitting this out into separate events themselves makes that distinction a little bit more clear for me. And it might not be for you, and that's totally okay. And we can go ahead and dispatch all of the rest of these events with their corresponding methods. So down here in start, we can say trip started, dispatch, trip and request user, trip ended, and finally, trip location updated. And we are good to go. So now I said that there are 2 parts to this, and we've done the first part, which is create these events, dispatch them out where they need to go, and ensure that they are being broadcasted on a specific channel. The other part of this, though, is we need a package to actually push those events out so they can be consumed by our front end. The 2 most common ones are Sockety and Laravel WebSockets. Both of these are battle tested and production ready, but me personally, I like using Laravel WebSockets. I have the most experience with it, so this is what I'm going to use for this video. But the implementation for both is documented well online, so you can find solutions to either one. If we take a look at the documentation, we need to install it, and then all we need to do is start it with PHP Artisan WebSockets Serve. So let's go ahead and try that out. Okay, so first we'll need to require the package with Composer. And this finished up pretty fast. Now we need to run some migrations. There is nothing to migrate. That's because I didn't publish the vendor first. Okay, now let's migrate. Migrations have been ran, which it looks like this is just a statistics table, so I actually don't know if we need that or not. But it's good to have. Next, we can publish a configuration file, but I don't think that we're going to need to adjust anything in there. So we can go ahead and skip that. Let's head over to this basic usage section. And it looks like we have a couple of requirements that we need to use this with Pusher, which this is the actual SDK that will be doing the work behind the scenes to take our events and broadcast them out. Let's go ahead and require this package as well. And we need to update the broadcast driver to Pusher in our env file. Let's go ahead and open that up and find broadcast driver and set this to Pusher. It looks like we need to make some adjustments to the config broadcasting file and ensure that the host and port is coming from our local machine, not from an external service. So let's make those adjustments. Config broadcasting. And if we scroll down to Pusher, okay, so we need to adjust the host, the port, and the scheme. So let's go ahead and add these values to our env file, since that's what these options are pulling from anyway. So we can scroll down to here. We already have some default values. Pusher host is 127.0.0.1 or localhost. The port is 6001 and the scheme is HTTP. Now for Laravel WebSockets, we also need to create values for these up here. We're not given these by an external service. We have to just create some kind of fake values that we can use in our application. We will eventually be tying these to the front end though, so make sure that you know what you're setting here. For the ID, we'll just use pusher. For the key, we'll use my key, and for the secret, we'll just use secret. Actually, for the app ID, let's just use Laravel instead of pusher. Okay, so this should be everything that we need in order to get Laravel WebSockets started. And we can try that by opening up our terminal. And let's see if the PHP artisan WebSockets serve command works fine. All right, we have a WebSocket server on port 6001. Now, nothing is going to happen if we push out an event right now. And that's because WebSockets will not actually push out unless there is a client attached to them. So right now we really can't test this out. We can just hope that it's working as expected. We can exit this with Control-C, and we'll worry about this a little later on when we attach the front end to the back end. Speaking of which, I think our back end is done now. So we can close out of this directory and start working on our front end. So here we are in the front end directory that we have in our main source folder, and we need to get a Vue project created here. So in the terminal, all we need to do is run npm init vue at latest in the current directory. And this will use the create Vue script in order to scaffold out some kind of skeleton for our project. The package name we'll just do Andruber. We are not using TypeScript for this video. If you would like to see me do more Vue TypeScript projects, please let me know in the comments below. No JSX support, we're just doing a straightforward Vue application. We will need Vue Router though, because this will be a single page application, and we will also be using Pinya for state management. No unit tests right now, and no end-to-end testing. Also, we'll skip the ESLint for code quality. Again, we're just aiming to get this project out as soon as possible. All right, the scaffold is done, so now we can run npm install. Okay, and then once that finishes up, we can run npm run dev to get Vite loaded up and our project at the 5173 port. So let's go ahead and open that up in the browser and see what it looks like. Okay, so we have our project loaded up here, and the best thing is that since we're using this dev server with Vite, any changes that we make will be compiled immediately and then hot reloaded into our development site. So we'll be able to see our development live as it progresses. Let's go ahead and open up that code base. So we'll leave another tab open. We have PHP running in one, npm running in another with Vite, and so we'll leave this last one to just kind of do any work in that we need to. All right, so we have a few different directories for our Vue project. We have this main root directory that our application lives in with a Vite config file, a README, our package.json, and an index.html file. Now this index file, this is the main entry point into our application. This is the main template that's used in our app. And then the source code is where all of our Vue source code lives. So we have this main app.vue component, which is the entry point into the rest of our application. So we can see our hello world component with a message here. And if we go ahead and change this to something else like welcome to Andruber and save and then go back into the browser, you can see we had that change appear in real time thanks to Vite and hot module reloading. And then this main.js file is kind of the starting point for the entire Vue application. So we create the application, we import the app and the router from specific areas, create the app, add in Pinya support, and then mount it to the app element that we have here. But okay, let's take a look at this assets main CSS file here. So it's importing a base CSS, which is just kind of some boilerplate from Vue. But the problem is that for this application, I want to use Tailwind CSS. I don't want to use any kind of custom CSS just because, again, rapid development is really the point of this. So let's go ahead and add support for Tailwind. Let's exit out of this main CSS and main and app files for now. And we will open up a terminal here. First, we'll install the package and some prerequisites that we'll need. npm install D, which stands for save dev, if you didn't know. So D, Tailwind CSS, Post CSS, and Auto Prefixer. All right, once those are installed, we can initialize a Tailwind skeleton by doing npx Tailwind CSS, init, and p. And so this will create both a Tailwind CSS, or both a Tailwind config JS file and a Post CSS config JS file. The Post CSS config, we won't be really touching it, but we will need to make some changes to this Tailwind config file. Let's exit out of the terminal for right now. And what we will need to do is in this content array, we will need to add the paths to files that will contain Tailwind code. This way, whenever we build our project, it can go through those files and understand what classes are or aren't being used, so we have a smaller output of the compiled CSS. Now this expects an array of paths, so we'll need that index.html file. And in the source directory, we'll take any directories and we will go through both Vue and JS files to make sure that there's no Tailwind in them, or to make sure that there is Tailwind in them. And that should be it for the configuration. Now the only other piece that we need to do is in this main CSS file, we can just get rid of all of this and use the @tailwind directive to bring in the base, components, and utilities parts of the framework, which means that we can get rid of this base CSS file and we are good to go. Now in our terminal, we may need to end this and recompile it just to make sure that our new dependencies have gone through. All right, if we go back to the browser, we can see it's a little different. And that's because, none of the CSS that was there that built this whole page was added in. So let's get rid of this boilerplate that we have and add in some styles to see if Tailwind support has been added into this project. So we can go over to our main app view file and let's get rid of everything that's in here besides the router view. Actually, we'll just get rid of everything that's in between this header tag. Let's create a div with a max width of 3XL. Margin left and right is auto. Background we'll do green 100 and text centered. And then we'll throw an H1 tag in here. Hello, Tailwind. So let's see if this works. Okay, perfect. Yep, we see it right here. Hello, Tailwind with this box that is green colored in. So exactly what we're expecting. Okay, now that we know that Tailwind is working in our application, let's go ahead and clean out some of this skeleton code real quick to get better prepared for actually building out our front end. So thinking about how I want to do this, I really don't have any components or parts of the application that will be shared throughout multiple screens. So I can actually get rid of this header that's here and just have our app view file be a wrapper for this router view, which this view comes from if we open up our router index file. This is every component that is in our routes object based on the current path that's in our browser. So visiting this root path, which is where we are in our browser right now, it is rendering out this home view component, which is under views, home view, into this section called router view, which is then in turn being rendered out at this div with the ID of app. So that's kind of how the flow of this application is currently working. So let's clean up some of this here and better prepare ourselves for the views that we're going to be creating. So let's get rid of this style block that we have here, all of this style block that we have down here. So we're left just with a script setup and then a template for our router. We are also not importing this hello world component or this router link. So this is our new app view component. Let's go ahead and keep this router open since we're going to be adding pages in it as we go along. We also have no use for this about path. We don't have an about path in our application. We're not going to be using that. So we'll just keep this home view component. And so we can delete this about view component that we have in the views folder. And then for the home view, we're going to be renaming this as well as creating a different component for this because that's really not what we're going to be using at the root of this project or at the root of this application. And so actually let's just take a step back and think about the flow of this application and the paths that we're going to need in it. So thinking way back to our demo that we have a user come into the application and then right away they need to log into it to see the rest of it. So we'll need a route that handles logging in. After a user is authenticated, they're brought to a screen that shows two options, whether they want to be a driver or a passenger for that particular session. And if they're a driver, they need to go to that holding area or have a screen that shows a current route that they're on. And then similarly, if they're a passenger, they need to determine where they want to go. If they're currently in a trip, they'll have a map shown where they currently are. And then finally, they will have a kind of finishing screen that shows they have completed their trip and they can go on their way. So that's the flow we're kind of thinking of right now. And we'll need to implement these pieces for it as we go along. So it makes sense to start with the login portion first, and I think that will be our home path. So instead of a home view, let's go ahead and create a new one and call it login view. And open it up. So a view component is comprised of three sections. We have a script, a template, and possibly a style section. So the script is where the functionality for the component lies, the template is where the markup for the component lies, and the style is where styles associated with that particular template lie. Now in View 3, a component can be comprised of either just template tags or script tags in order to be a component. That's the least amount of things they need. For our login view, we're going to be using both a script and template tags so we can have both markup and functionality. Convention does dictate the order that those go in too, and it's usually script, template, and style tags. But my preference kind of falls in line with the earlier days of Vue where the template tags come first and the script tags are toward the bottom. So that's what I'm going to be using throughout this application, but just know you can reverse it or position them in any way you want throughout your component. So we'll start with the template tags, and this is where our markup will lie for our login view. And we will do script setup. And the reason that we're using this setup tag is it's kind of just syntactic sugar that allows us to skip a setup method inside of the script tags where we initialize and have to export variables that are used throughout the rest of this component. So instead, anything that we include in here, like if we were just doing a const message, this message variable is immediately available to our template. But okay, let's get rid of this and plan out some of the markup that we'll be using on our main login view page. I'm just going to throw a scaffold in here so you don't have to watch me type a bunch of HTML, and I will explain it afterwards. Okay, so here we have our markup. It's a div with a padding top of 16, a message to enter your phone number, and then a text input with the name and ID of phone, a placeholder, and a button to submit your phone number. I also added this wrapper div to our main app view file around the router view so that each screen has a min height, a background that's light gray, and has centered text with anti-aliasing. Let's go ahead and see what this looks like in the browser. Okay, so here's our simple login form into your phone number, and we can provide a phone number in here. Now, there's two problems with this, is that one, if we go to try to submit this form, it actually submits the form and puts it as a GET request up here, which isn't what we want. We want to submit that form asynchronously using JavaScript so that we can get information out to continue on with verifying that phone number. And the second issue is that someone can put anything they want in here. So there's no following a specific format or validation for what comes through here. And we need to fix that as well. We want phone numbers to be in this format that we see in the placeholder. So let's tackle both of those things real quick. Heading back into our code base, let's handle the form input first because that will probably be the easier one. For this, we are going to use a package called Maska. Here's the repo for it, and it brands itself as a zero dependency input mask for Vue and Vanilla.js. If we head over to the documentation, we can look at the install section here. It is just a single command in npm. And then the usage for Vue is to import vmasca and then add it in as an attribute with a datamasca attribute following the convention of the input that we want. So let's go ahead and try this out. In our code base here, we can open up a terminal, npm install. We want to save it as a dev dependency, and masca. All right, that was installed, so we can clear out of this and exit our terminal. And then in our component in the script area down here, import vmasca. Is that what it was? Lowercase vmasca from masca. And then in our input up here, we can use the vmasca attribute and then datamasca to provide some kind of template that we want for this input. Numbers are the number sign. And then any other character that we add in here can be used to format this number input. So for a phone number, we always want to start with a single digit, then in parentheses, 3 digits, a space, 3 more digits, and then a dash and 4 digits. Now I'm formatting this for what I'm familiar with, which is North American-based phone numbers. Yours might be a little bit different, and so this might change depending on your particular needs. Let's go ahead and save this and see what it looks like in the browser. Oh, actually I need a dash between V and masca. Now let's go ahead and see what it looks like. Okay, so let's just start typing. So 1, and yeah, and then it doesn't let me type any further than this. And if I try instead to type a character like a letter or a special symbol, it doesn't let me continue on at all. So exactly what I am looking for. Now, how about submitting this form? So in the form element up here, we can pass in the v-on submit shortcode, which is the @ symbol and submit. And this takes in a function that we can define that will be fired whenever this form is submitted. We'll just call this handle login. And then we define that function down in our script setup area. So const handle login is a function. And this is the body of that. So if we were to just add in something like console log, logging in, save this, go into our browser, and submit, we can see the form is still trying to submit, but on the second time, it's not. So what's going on here? Let's go back into our code, and there might be 2 things that we can do to prevent this. The first thing is tacking on this .prevent to the end of our submit, which should prevent any kind of default behavior in the browser from submitting this form. And the second might be to just add the same event handler to this button to prevent any similar issues. So at submit.prevent, handle login. Now going back to our browser, let's try this one more time. So continue, and the form is submitting, or it's firing that function without submitting the actual form. So exactly what we want. We can get rid of the masca tab here. And we will actually need to take this phone number, this data that we have, and submit it to our API that we created. Now, in order to do that, we need to store that phone number somewhere in our component. And we can do this one of 2 ways in Vue. We can either create a constant called phone that is equal to a ref that starts out as null. Oops, I don't want semicolons in here. Or instead, we can create another constant called like data that is equal to a reactive object in Vue that has a property called phone that starts out as null. So what is the difference between these 2? I'll give a short example. So let's start out with the constant phone. So if I was to go up to our input type text here for our phone, we can use the vmodel directive and give it the model of phone. And then if we scroll down here to the handling of the login, let's go ahead and console out that value. Now we can't just use phone to get the attribute because that will give us the whole ref object back. It won't give us the actual value that phone number currently is. In order to get that, we have to use the value attribute of that object. Now the other option that we can do is that if we go up here and instead of the vmodel phone, we use data.phone. So the phone attribute of the data object we can just console log out that same value. So data.phone. We don't need to use a value middleman attribute in order to get that value out. And so it's kind of just a matter of personal preference and how you want to organize your components. For a component that has just a few uncoupled attributes, I would probably stick with using refs for those. But because we're going to be storing a couple of different interdependent attributes, I like wrapping them in a single reactive object. Because if we need to, we can end up passing that whole object around if we need to, instead of building a new object out of ref values. So let's stick with reactive. So we have a reactive data attribute with our phone number that starts out as null. Now, whenever the login happens, we need to send that object out to our API to get a text message sent out and a verification code created. Well, how are we going to do that? Well, we can use the fetch library, which is present in JavaScript now, but I like using the Axios package instead. I just find it easy to work with and to customize if we need to. So let's go ahead and add that in as a dependency. In our terminal, npm install d Axios. Okay, that went through fine, and now we can use it by importing it into our component. So import Axios from Axios, and we can use it similarly to the fetch library. So instead of the phone number being console logged, we can do axios.post and then provide a route to our API. Now, thinking back on what route that is. So first we need a base URL, and that will be localhost. And I believe that was API login. And then the next argument is the object that we're passing in containing our data. Now we can just use data here, because whenever a reactive object is called like this, it doesn't return back a reactive object from Vue. It just returns a plain data object back to us. So you see here, we have just a data object with a phone number that is set to null, or whatever the phone number is when the user actually submits this form. And actually, while we're here, let's rename data to be less ambiguous. So we'll call this credentials. Okay, so what do we do after this? Well, then we use then, which gets a response object back. And let's console log out the data from that response. And this is a happy path response. This is what happens if we get a 200 back from the server. But if we don't get a 200 back, if we get something else, if there's a problem, then we can use this catch method, which will return back an error to us. So we can console error out that error and then alert the user to whatever that error's response code was. Now, this error response data is the same object that we will be getting back from a server. And thinking back on how we designed the API, any kind of bad pathways that get taken during login or any of the other API routes return a JSON object with a message attribute. So if I add on that message attribute to the data response, it should just alert the user to whatever that message was back from the server. Oh, and one more thing that we need to do is that up here in the vModel data phone, we forgot that we changed that to credentials phone. Okay, now let's go ahead and try this out. And let's add in my phone number. And we get this error back. The phone field must be a number. And that makes sense because if we think back to the validation that we did on the API request coming in, we did set that the phone number field should be numeric coming in. So we can either remove that validation requirement from the API, or we can change our front end to push out a number without the formatting that we get from this front end section here. And so we can handle that either way that we want to, but since we're already here working on the front end, let's just do that. And I kind of hate doing it this way, because then we can't just pass in this whole credentials object really nicely like this. We have to build a new object, which is kind of why I didn't use refs in the first place. But that's fine. Let's just continue on. So we're passing in a phone attribute, and that attribute has credentials phone. And we are replacing spaces with nothing. We are also replacing open parentheses with nothing, and we are replacing close parentheses with nothing. Oh, and actually we need to change this to replace all because we could have more than one space in the phone number. And is there anything else? Oh, the dash. We need to replace the dash with nothing as well. Now there is probably an easier way to do this. We could use regex. I am completely unfamiliar with a regex that would replace all of these values. And then you can also create your own kind of replace array function if you wanted to replace all of these values at once. But again, quick and dirty method. This should get us a phone number that is just a block of digits. So let's head back into our browser and see what this looks like. Okay, let's enter in my phone number one more time and hit continue. And perfect. Okay, we get a message back from the server, text message notification sent. That is our response data that we got back. And I can see on my phone down here that I actually did get a text message. So the connection between our front end and our API is working just as expected. If we go to the network tab, we can actually see the whole response that we got back from here. So we can see the request that we put in and the response that we got back. Now what we need to do is then move the user to a new text area that lets them add in their verification code that was texted to them, and the server should verify that that phone number with that verification code matches up to what's currently in the server. So let's tackle that next. Okay, so let's go back into our code. What we have to do is essentially copy this form again so that we have another area to handle in the secret code that was texted to us and a separate event handler to verify that code. So let's go ahead and do that. So we'll take this whole form here, copy it, we'll paste it underneath this form here, and we need a way to differentiate between which one is currently being displayed. And we can do that by adding in, down here, we can add in a ref attribute. Let's call this waiting on verification. And so it's a ref, and its initial value is false. So initially, we are not waiting on a verification, so we are displaying that text message form. And then if we go up here, so we can say, all right, this form is being displayed if we are not waiting on verification. Otherwise, which we can use velse for, we have this form being displayed, which is our verification form. And let's go ahead and make some changes to this so that it's actually a verification form. Okay, so what we've done is we've changed the event handler to handle verification for both the form and the button down here. We've also changed the input model from credentials phone to credentials login code. So we have a new attribute in that credentials object. The mask that we have for the input is now just 6 numbers because that's what we're expecting back from the code. And the button now says verify instead of continue. So what will happen is when we scroll down here, when we get a response back, a successful response back from this post to the API login route, we need to switch out those forms and allow for verification. So down here, we can say, all right, waiting on verification.value is now set to true. So it changes that waiting on verification ref above that we have here to a true value, which will switch out the form markups to our verification form. And then down here, we have a new method, handle verification. This is what handles the verification form being submitted with our code from our text message. So, okay, now what do we need to do for this? Well, just like above here, we need to make a post request to our API at a route that we already created with the phone number that we have stored, as well as the verification code, because we need both of those to ensure that the right code was connected to the right phone number. So we can go ahead and scaffold this out. Axios post to localhost, API, login verify, and we pass in an object that contains the attributes that we want to pass into that route. So again, we have phone number, and we can just take this same line from up here. And we'll also include the login code from credentials.login code. And okay, we get a response back. Let's console log it out. Now the response that we're getting back should be a authentication token. So this should be an auth token that we need to store somewhere. And again, if there is an error, we'll catch it, console error it out, and alert back the response message to the user. Okay, so here's our handle verification method. Now let's see this all in action. Okay, we are back in the browser, starting over again. So let's put in my phone number. I'm going to hit continue. The post went through successfully, and now I should be waiting for a text message, and I can enter in my verification code. All right, I got a message. My code is 994757. Now let's hit verify and see what happens. Okay, well, we get a 200 response, so that's already looking good. Now let's see what the console has to say. Okay, so this right here is our authentication token that we got back. So now we can store this and use it to make authenticated calls in this application. So let's add some code to make that happen. Okay, so after the console log, we can do local storage, which is an API available just in vanilla JavaScript. Set item, and we will set the item token to the token, which is the response data. But we need to send the user somewhere after this happens. We can't just keep them on the same page. So we need to send them to a new page, a new view. And we can do that with a router helper at the top of this component, or the top of the script for this component. So we'll handle this after these import statements. We can say const router is equal to use router. And that's a function, and it was automatically imported from the Vue router package. And so now we can use this router object to help programmatically navigate the user through various routes in our application. So down here, after we set this local storage item, we can say router push. And in this object that it takes as an argument, we can specify the name of the route, and we will push them to a route called index, which, if you remember me talking about it earlier, the index route is going to be the area that allows a user to determine whether they're going to be a driver or a passenger. It's basically the starting page of this application if they're already logged in, or in this case, if they have logged in. And speaking of already logged in, we need to handle that because we don't want people having to log in to this application each time they visit. We want to be able to determine if a user has already logged in, and if so, push them onto the index page so we don't have to keep them logging in again and again. And we can handle that if we go, let's go up here to before these method implementations, and we can add a lifecycle route called onMounted. And so what this does is it takes a anonymous function or a closure function as a single argument, and it runs this code whenever this particular component is mounted, which essentially is basically loaded up for the first time. What we should do here is check if our local storage contains, so get item, that token that we had set earlier for the authentication token, and if so, we're going to push them to that index route. So this handles if the user is already logged in. Now before we go, there's a little bit of refactoring that we can do in here, and that's with this phone property that we had set earlier that we're now copying between these two methods here. And in all honesty, it just bugs me, and I want to reduce this down a little bit. So I think what I'm going to do is create a computed property to solve this. And what a computed property is, in Vue, it allows us to generate a reactive property based on the values of other reactive properties inside this component. So we can take things like our refs, our reactive components, and we can create some kind of new attribute or some new variable based on those values, and it'll update along with them in real time. So what I can essentially do is create a constant. We'll call this formatted credentials, because that's basically what it is. And it is equal to a computed method. That takes an anonymous function, just like the onMounted method up here does. And anything that is returned in here is what this formatted credentials item or object will be. And so in our case, I want it to be the same as our credentials reactive up here, except I want the phone number to be nice and formatted like we have down here. So I can just return an object and it'll be phone and login code, which the login code is going to stay the same. It is credentials.login code. But our phone number is this whole string right here. Okay, so now what I can do is I can replace this object that we have to specify out for each of these Axios calls and just call formatted credentials. So that shortens this up a bit considerably. And this works because the validation that's on this API login route that we have, it only checks to make sure that the phone number is there. It doesn't care that I'm passing in a login code with a null value. That really doesn't matter. If we wanted to, we could check if this login code was available and then only have this value present if it is. But in all honesty, it really doesn't matter at this point. So this is what I'm going with. Okay, I think the last thing that we need to do now is create this index route that we have referenced in this component. So let's head into our router and we will create a new route. We'll give it a path and we'll call it, I don't know, start. That sounds pretty good. Name is index and component is, actually, you know what? I kind of don't like this index naming convention. Let's call this landing. That sounds good. So path landing, name landing, and component is landing view, which we will create here in a minute. And let me just go back to the login view that we have here. And I'm going to change these router pushes from index to landing. Okay, now we can exit our login view. We are done with this so far, I believe. And we can go to views and create a new landing view here. We'll scaffold it out with our template and script setup. And then all we need to do is import this. Okay, so let's give this some starting markup real quick. Okay, so I put together this basic layout. We have a title that says Andruber, and I have two buttons, one that says start driving and one that says find a ride. Let's go ahead and see what this looks like in the browser. So we visit this landing route here and we have start driving and find a ride. But wait a minute, if I go to my storage for my application and go to the local storage section, I don't have my token present right now because I never went and logged back in after we did those code adjustments. So I shouldn't be seeing this page. We need to create some kind of middleware or guard against a non-authenticated user viewing these pages because this application should only be used by people who are authenticated into it. So let's tackle that before we go on any further. So if we go back to this router index file, we scroll down to the bottom before this export default, we can use that router object and the before each method, which hooks into every navigation to and from a route in this application. So this takes an anonymous function with the arguments being to and from, which correspond to routes that a user is going to and a user is coming from. And what we can do here is programmatically navigate the user where we want them to go based on certain attributes that they have inside of this application. So just like we did whenever a user would go to the login page and they had a token associated with them and we pushed them to a new route, we can do the same thing here. So we can check if a user doesn't have that token. So if not local storage get item token, we need to push them to the login route and have them go through that flow instead. So we can just return the name of the route that they need to go to, which is the login route. So if this conditional is not true, if they do have a token associated with them, they will just be able to continue on to wherever they were navigating with originally. Now, this is the bare minimum, I will say, because ideally we should have some kind of call that goes out to the server here to verify that the token that we are using is actually correct. But this is a good immediate check that we don't have to make a server call, because if a user doesn't have a token at all, we immediately want them to go to this login screen. Below it though, we can add in more conditionals to check for more information. So let's do something here like if I don't know, we'll call a method that we create like check token authenticity. I really hope I spelled that right. Again, we'll return back to the login route. But before that, we will actually remove the token from their local storage. Because if it's not authentic, they don't need to have it in their storage. And this way, if it was still present, they wouldn't be able to actually view the login screen. Okay, so if both of these are false and they're able to pass through this, they can go into any page they want to. Let's go ahead and add in this method that we just created. So const check token authenticity is a function, and the body of which we're just going to make an Axios get call to localhost. API user, I think, is the route that we created. And we need to pass in a configuration object that includes some headers, specifically an authorization header that is set to bearer, and then the local storage get item token. Actually, I'm doing this a little wrong because I completely forgot that Axios is an async library. So I don't want to have to create a bunch of promises here that resolved and didn't do an await up here. So I'll just call check token authenticity. Let's remove this down here. And what I'll do down here instead is when this resolves, if this comes through as any 200 error, if this comes through successfully, then nothing happens. The user is able to pass through and there's no problem. But if we catch an error, which would most likely mean that the token that we pass through is invalid, we want to return back, or we want to push the user to that login route that we had created earlier. And then don't forget, before that, we actually want to remove that item from their local storage. But there is one caveat now that I'm looking at this, and that is if a user visits the login page. So right now, this will kind of form a loop in the browser. So if a user visits the login page, well, they're not going to have a token associated with them, and it's going to try to push them to the login page. And it'll do it again and again and again. So we need to determine if the user is going to the login page, and if so, let them just be on their way. So we can say if to.name, so if the name of the route they are going to is equal to login, we can explicitly return true, which will allow them to just immediately pass through. All right, let's give this a whirl. So let's go into our browser, and we can already see we've been forcefully navigated back to the login route. So if we try to visit that landing route that we had created earlier, you can see we're immediately pushed back to the login route. But let's go ahead through the whole login flow and see what happens. Okay, so I have my phone number entered in. We can hit continue, and we are getting some errors in the console. Cyclic object value. And this is happening in the handle login method of our login view. So I think this issue stemmed from the fact of using a computed property, which I could have sworn in Vue 2 can return just a plain object when using a different method, but it seems that in this case, it's returning back a whole computed object instead, so it's not really working inside of other methods. It's still great for displaying filtered items in a template area if we were doing it in our markup up here, but for passing those computed properties to other methods, it's not really working as I wanted it to. So instead, what I'm going to do is just convert this to a plain old method. So we will call this get formatted credentials, and it will just be a method that returns back, this object that we expect. So now we can just call get formatted credentials instead of the formatted credentials object. Okay, let's go to our browser and see if this is working. Okay, let's go ahead and add in my phone number. Let's hit continue. And our text message was sent, so now let's wait and get a response back. Okay, we have 631351. Verify that, and we're in. We're in the landing page, and if we go ahead and refresh, we can see that we are still able to be here because we go to the network, we can see that we made a GET request to that user endpoint, and it came back with a valid response, which means that our token is perfectly valid. Now, if I try to go back to the login page at the root, you can see that I'm redirected to the landing page. And again, that verification happened, so we are where we should be. All right, so let's go ahead and decide which of these two paths we're going to go down first. Start driving or find a ride. So for the driving side, I think we're going to need the ability for a passenger to create a trip before we can really do anything with that. Otherwise, we'll just be waiting for a ride request that will never come because that hasn't been built yet. So I think we'll start with find a ride first. Okay, so let's head back into our code base and we can get rid of this login view and let's go back to our landing view. And we need to create some kind of functionality for this button here for whenever we click to find a ride. So whenever we want to start finding a driver. Let's create a click handler for this. So at click, and we'll just call this handle find a ride. And we can create that in our script setup down here. So const handle find a ride is equal to a function that will do something. So, okay, what do we want this button to do? I really don't want to stay on this same page component to handle putting in an address and setting our destination. I'd rather a new view handle that. So I think all I want this button to do is just push us to that new route. And so just like what we did with the middleware stuff that we did earlier, I'm going to use a router object. So we'll do const router equals use router. And we can use router push to push us to a new route when that button is clicked. Now what that route's name is going to be, let's do something called, let's do location. Because ideally that's the first part of finding a ride, is setting the location that we want to go to. Okay, and that's all we need for this button to have functionality. Now we do have a problem though, and that's this route doesn't exist yet. So just like with this landing route, let's go back to our router index file and scroll up to our routes array, and let's create this route. So we have a path of location, a name of location, and a component called location view. And just like everything else, let's create that location view file. We'll start it out with a template and a script setup. And then back in our router index file, we can import that at the top part here. Okay, now let's go ahead and add in some markup for this page. I'm just going to go ahead and paste in a basic template that I have set up, so you don't have to watch me fill out a bunch of HTML. Okay, so I put in this markup that we have here. We have, just like the last page, an h1 tag for the heading title, where are we going, and then a form that has a text input here with the placeholder of my destination, and a button down here to find a ride. Let's head over to the browser and see how this looks. All right, so let's click find a ride. And we are brought to our location page. Where are we going? So ideally what I want to happen is to be able to type in our destination and then click find a ride. And that will bring us to a confirmation page with an actual map showing the distance between where we are now and where that destination is. That'll help us just get like a confirmation to ensure that, where we want to go is where we want to go. Now there's a lot of ways that I can handle this. I can have a user just input an address and hope for the best, but I want something that's kind of more friendly to use. And so I'm going to reach for a third-party service to do this, and I'm going to reach for Google Maps' autocomplete. So here's the documentation page for it. It's called Place Autocomplete, and it's a widget that basically lets you enter in a location. So if I wanted to do something like Starbucks, we can see it's pulled in an automatic list of addresses and places from whatever area we are currently centered around. And so what I want to happen is I want that to work with this box here and take whatever our current location is as the center point, and we can type in, Starbucks here, and it'll give me a list of those cafes that are near my area. Because that's usually how these ride shares work, is you're going to a place that is somewhat close to where you are right now. Now, Google Maps or Google Places has their own JavaScript API that I can use to pull this information in, but even better is that there is a Vue package that makes this even easier. And it's this here, Vue 3 Google Maps. Now, there are a few different Vue packages that add in Google Maps functionality, but this is the one that I have found works the best out of the box with the simplest amount of markup, and it's easiest to get started with. So first we have to go ahead and install this with the npm command, and I'm going to adjust this because instead of saving it, I want to save it as a dev dependency. So we'll use the capital D flag. Let's open up a terminal. We can clear out what we have in here now and run npm install d Vue Google Maps. All right, we have that installed and we can exit our terminal. So now if we scroll down here, we can see how to configure it. And in our main.js file, we need to import it, use it with app use, and load in an API key. So let's go ahead and do these steps. Let's open up our main.js file, import this toward the top. Actually, you know what? Let's import this by itself because we kind of have main Vue stuff, accessory Vue items, and then third-party packages, I think is a good way of organizing this. And we have app use Pinya router, and we have app use down here, Vue Google Maps, and then it has an options array, which we need a load key for, and then a key attribute with our Google Maps API key. Let me just go ahead and paste mine in here. Okay, let's go back to the documentation and we should be able to use these elements anywhere in our components. Now, if we go to read the docs, the one that we're looking for is autocomplete. So we need to add in a new attribute to that load object that we just created, a libraries places. So after key, libraries places, and then we are good to add autocomplete to our components. So let's go back into our code base and see if we can get this running. Let's exit the main view, and we can exit the landing view now. We won't need that for a while. So let's change this input type text to a gmap autocomplete. Is that what it is? A gmap autocomplete. Okay. We don't need type text anymore. We can keep the placeholder. And let's put this all on a new line. And what was it? Place underscore changed. And let's set this to handle location changed. And we'll go ahead and create that event too. Oh, we have a problem here. Oh, this expects a closing tag. Okay. Let's add in that handle location changed function. And we should be getting some kind of event from this. So let's just console log this out. Handle location changed. And we'll console log the whole event out so we can see what kind of data we can pull from that. Because ideally what we're looking for is like a latitude and longitude, an address maybe, a name, whatever we can add into the database schema that we had created in our API. Okay, let's go back to our browser and see if this works. Okay, so we're back in the browser. Now let's go ahead and start adding in some kind of text. Let's use Starbucks. And okay, this is awesome. So first of all, it just kind of knows where I am, probably based on my IP address. So it's already pulling in locations that are around my area. Now, these are the nearest Starbucks to my house. And so let's see if I click on one of these. Okay, so we got that handle location change event fired. And this returns back an object that has an address, a opening hours, formatted address, geometry, which is exactly what we want. So we have the location, latitude, and longitude. And we even have a name, reference, URLs, vicinity, all this good stuff. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to save this somewhere, wherever we want our user to go. We need to save this. And then when we hit find a ride, we need to be pushed to a new route that will have a map view to confirm that is the destination that we want to choose. Now we could do everything on this page, but it gets kind of sloppy. The whole point of front-end frameworks like Vue or React, we can split this out to more easily digestible chunks. And so that's what we'll do here. Let's go back into our code, and we'll need to add on to this handle location changed method. We need to store that location somewhere, or at least the data associated with that location, and move to the next route so that it can use the location that we had chosen. And in order to do this, we're going to use the state library that we had installed when we originally built this Vue application, Pinya. And if you look in the sidebar here, we already have this stores folder. Opening it up, we have a counter store that was created as like a default for this skeleton. So we're not going to use this, but it's a good idea to show how this works. So we can import this counter store into any component or view that we have here. And then this count attribute here, this count ref, will be available to our components. And the best thing is that if we update it in one component, it's immediately available to any other component that uses it. So let's copy this to a new file called location. Okay, perfect. And remember I said we don't need this counter store demo, so I'm just going to delete it. Okay, let's rename everything in here and clean it up so it's reflective of a location instead of a counter. Okay, so we have export a const called useLocationStore. It defines a store called location. And right now we're returning nothing because we have no objects in the store defined. But let's think about that. What do we want to store in here? Well, right now we want to store the destination location. That's the location that the user chose in that location view. So we can create a constant. Destination is a reactive view element, and it has some properties. Now we can kind of think of these as properties that would be available in a trip whenever we had created that data table in the API. We need a name, an address, and some geometry, which in our case is a latitude and a longitude. And so now I can return this destination, and it will be available to us whenever we import this store anywhere. So then back in the location view here, we can say, all right, const location is equal to use location store. All right, so now I need to be able to populate that location store with the information that we got back whenever this handle location change event is fired. And so what we can do is we can call location and then $patch. This expects an object consisting of key value pairs of the attributes that we want to update inside of this location store. Well, right now we only have one, and that is our destination object. So we can say, all right, location patch, destination, and then we can pass in the attributes and values that we want to overwrite the default ones that are in here. So we need a name, which is associated with the event name. Address is event formatted address. And the geometry, I unfortunately can't just pull out that whole object from Google Maps' autocomplete. I have to generate it here individually. So lat is geometry location, lat, and it's a function. And the same thing with the longitude, location lng. Okay, so now what should happen is if we go back to our browser, let's open up the DevTools window and start typing in a destination. So we'll use Starbucks again. This time we'll go to the one on East Colonial. And okay, we have the handle location change event that fired, but I have no way of knowing what our state is currently. And so that's where the Vue.js DevTools can come in handy. This is available on Chromium browsers as well as Firefox. Let's go ahead and add this in here, and we can use this to see if we can check out that state in our application. Let's go ahead and refresh and pull up our DevTools again. And look at that. We have a new tab in here called View. And if we go in here, we can see this Pinya tab. We can see our location store. And right now, everything in here is empty. It is the default state. But let's go ahead and run this again. our location's state object change, specifically the destination object. You see here we have the address, the geometry, and the name all added in as expected. So now we need to handle this find a ride button. We need to lock in this state. Well, we've already done that. So we just need to ensure that this state is set and then push the user to a new route where we can use this to draw a map. So let's go back into our code one more time. And then let's scroll up to our button here and we will add an event handler. So on click, and this is in a form. So actually on click prevent. Let's call this handle select location. So our location has been changed and now we are selecting it as our actual location to drive to or to get driven to. So const handle location or handle select location is an event. And what this will do is we'll need to push ourselves like we usually do. So const router is use router. And then down here, router.push name, let's call this map. So this will be a map of our origin to our destination. But if we do it this way, we can get pushed to this route, even if we haven't set a location yet. But we don't want that to happen. We only want the user to be able to go to the next page if they have set a destination in mind. So let's set a conditional on this. If location, destination, name does not equal an empty string, then we can proceed to the next page. Otherwise, nothing happens when the button's pressed. All right, let's give this a shot. Well, actually, we can't yet because we don't have this route created. Let's create the route first. So back in our routes array, you know the drill, path, map, name, map, and component, map view. That name could probably use some work, but I'm just going to keep it for now. And let's create that view file. Again with the template and script setup. And we will need to import this at the top here. Okay, so this looks good. Let's open up our browser and see if this works as expected. Okay, so the user doesn't have a destination set. Finding a ride does nothing. Now let's set a destination. We're going to Starbucks on East Colonial, find a ride, and we were brought to the map page, exactly what we expected. So that is perfect. But we don't have anything here, so let's add some markup for this page. We can go ahead and exit our location.js and location view for now, and let's focus on the map view. Like with everything that I've done here so far, I'm just going to paste in some boilerplate markup to get a basic layout going here. All right, so here's what I've pasted in. Again, we have a basic layout, h1 tag, here's your trip, and we just have this white box that currently has the text going to my destination in bold letters. There's also a button down here that says, let's go. This will be like all right, confirmation, everything looks good. Let's see if we can get a driver. This looks like this in the browser. So again, here's your trip going to my destination. First thing that I want to do, let's change out this destination and actually bring in our destination's name. So we have that saved in the state. You can see here in our Vue Dev Tools, Pinya, Location Store, we have the name Starbucks. So it should say going to Starbucks. This is actually pretty straightforward to do. So if we go down to our script setup, we can import the use location store method from store's location. And this @ symbol here, you might have seen in Vue applications or React or other JavaScript applications. This is essentially a shortcode for the root of our application. So this source folder up here at the top. So this is saying source folder, stores, location. It's a lot easier than having to add, a bunch of double dots to get a relative file path. It's just way easier to reference the application's root. And we have const location is equal to use location store. You know what? We're also going to use the router in here. So let's go ahead and add that in here too. We've been using it each time to push the user to the next or a different page, and I'm sure we'll end up using this here as well. Okay, so now we can use this location object to pull out data from our location's state. So if we go up here in these strong tags, we can say location. All right, well, what do we have in location? Right now we only have one object, and that was that destination, and it has a name attribute. So now we see going to Starbucks. It automatically pulled out that name from the state. And if we wanted to, we can go in here and change this. Because using DevTools, we can update this state in real time. It's a nice little handy feature of it. And so we see, it updated in real time. So it is pulling from this state that we have here. All right, well, the next part, it might be a little tricky. What I want to have up here is I want to have a map view. We already are pulling in Google Maps library, so I want to use it as much as possible for this application. And so we should render out a map that shows my current location and then where my destination is and a path along it showing where my driver is most likely going to take me. And so let's add a new div in here, and we're going to use the gmap map component. And the documentation for this is available on that Vue 3 Google Maps package website, which I will link in the description below. I'm going to set the zoom level to 11. That's a pretty reasonable zoom. And we need somewhere to center this map on, and it should be centered on my destination. So we can use the vbind shortcode here, a colon in front of the center, because we're going to be using a dynamic view property, and that's something that's coming from our location store. So location destination. Now we have the geometry object stored, which is what this Google Maps center expects. It expects an object with a lat and lng or longitude keys with values in it associated with the longitude and latitude of a center. So we can just use this whole object to provide it with that. And then finally, let's give it a style. We'll make it full width with a height of 256 sounds pretty good. And the reason that I'm doing this styling explicitly is that using Tailwind CSS classes with this sometimes doesn't yield the result that I really expect. It can sometimes be overwritten by classes that are added in after it's rendered out. So adding these like this explicitly seems to help that a bit. Okay, if we go back, we don't see anything here right now. And if we take a look at our console, we can see that we have invalid prop, type check failed for prop zoom. Expected number, got a string. Okay, so this zoom attribute is actually expecting the number 11, but passed in like this, it is getting the string 11. If we bind it with Vue, this now changes to an integer instead of a string. And coming back to this, we can see that it's working exactly as expected. So that was the issue. Okay, and just to kind of nail the point home, why don't we add a marker in here as well? So we can use this gmap marker element, and we can set the position to the same geometry that we have the center of the map. So location, destination, geometry. And then going back, we can see that, all right, we have the pin exactly where our destination is. So if we zoom in on it, that's exactly where the Starbucks is. So perfect. But actually thinking back on it, remember, we don't want to just show where that destination is, but remember what we want to show is a path that the user can take from their current location to this destination that they've chosen. And in order to do that, we will use some other Google Maps functionality, and it's going to get a little complicated, but I'll try to explain my best along the way, and let's see if we can do this. What we need to do is whenever this component is mounted, whenever it's created and brought into the browser, we need to make a call to an external Google service and get what's called a path from two different points, point A to point B. Point B will be our destination. Point A will be the user's current location, which we can get from the browser. Let's take it one step at a time. So the first thing that we can do is let's get the user's current location. In order to do all of this, we'll use this onMounted method from Vue. And this is going to take an anonymous function that anything inside of here will fire whenever this component is mounted for the first time. The first thing we should check though is, does the user have a location set? Because if not, we need to push them back to that previous location page so they can set one. Otherwise, everything that we do here really doesn't make any sense. So let's check for that location name again. So if location destination name is a blank, there's no location name set, then we need to push the user back to that location page. Otherwise, we can continue. And like I said, let's get the user's current location. Okay, well, how can we do that? We can use the navigator object and the geolocation property on it. If we use the getCurrentPosition method, this is an asynchronous function that will return back the user's current position once it has been resolved. And this will initiate a pop-up that allows the user to select whether they allow or block a application to view their exact location. Now this takes in at least one argument. The first one is a callback function that has a single argument whenever there is a successful retrieval of the user's current location. So the user has allowed this application to view their location. Let's console log that success object out and see what we get. Now there's also an additional argument that can be passed in, and it's another callback function if there's an error. So if the user chooses to block this application from using their location, we'll see something in there. And so if that happens, let's console error this error out. All right, let's head to the browser and see how this looks. Okay, I was forced back to the location page because my destination wasn't set after that hard reset. So let's set up Starbucks one more time. Okay, so we can see that we have a new object in the console log, and it has a timestamp and some coordinates, which are an object that contains where my current location is. So we have a latitude and a longitude. This is what we want to pull out and save in this application to use as a reference for the user's current location. So back in our app's source code, I want to be able to use this function in a couple of different areas. And it'll be easier if we refactor this into a method that we can just call from like a helper. And the perfect place for this is our location store. So not only can a store in Vue store data, it can also provide methods that we can use to manipulate that data or get new data associated with this store, whatever kind of just like makes sense in here. And so let's create a new function here, and we'll call it getUserLocation. It's a method. And what does it return? Well, how about a promise? Now, a promise contains another anonymous function with a resolve and a reject argument. And these can correspond easily to that navigator geolocation getCurrentPosition method. Because remember, we are getting back either a success response or an error response. And so these callbacks fit in perfectly with this. So now we can use this as an asynchronous function here. And this allows us to await for the user's location before we continue on to something else, and we can have a one-liner to get that location object back. Well, how do we use this in here? I could export this constant from here and use it in each of these areas that I imported into, but I'm just going to have to store this location again, and I'm going to store it as an object in this location store. So besides the destination, let's have an object called current. So this is the user's, current location. And this contains just a geometry with a latitude and longitude. Because, we don't have a name associated with the user. We don't have an address associated with them. We just need to know where they are on a map. And like everything else, we can return the object for that. So it's available anywhere we import the location store. But I want to update this automatically from like a single method. So instead of having to use patch like I did for the destination, I just want to call, all right, let's update the user's location. It'll pull in the location from this method up here. And whenever it gets back, it automatically updates this object here, so we have it available in our store. So let's create it. So let's create a method and we'll call it update current location. It's an async function. And the first thing that we need to do is wait for the user location. So the user's location is await get user location. And it's just as easy as that. So now we have access to, if we go back to our browser, to this object here. So we have a chords and a timestamp. And the chords is where we have our latitude and longitude. Well, we need to update this object here with that new geometry. So all we need to do is call current geometry and set it to a new object. So the latitude is user location, chords, latitude, and longitude, user location. You guessed it, chords, longitude. So now if we export this function as well in our store, what we can do is just call await location, update current location. Oh, but we're getting an error. We're using await in a non-asynchronous function. That's okay. We can just append async to the on-mounted anonymous function in the arguments list. So let's see if this works. Because remember, we can look at our state using the Vue DevTools. So we will have to refresh, and that's fine. Let's add in our Starbucks again. And okay, so we see here, we have a destination, we have our address and everything. And if we go into current, we also have our user's current location. So I was able to update it as soon as this component loaded up. But what I want is a connection between these two geometries. I want a path that exists between these to show where I am now and where I'm going to be. And this is where it gets tricky because I'm going to be using a couple of different Google services and APIs that are being pulled in through the script that the Vue 3 Google Maps package uses. This isn't default functionality that exists in that package. It's kind of just thrown together using the Google API services, but we'll make it work. So the first thing that I need to do is I need to reference this Google Map object because I only need to do this whenever this map has fully loaded. I can't create a path on the map if it doesn't exist or hasn't rendered yet. So I need to create a ref object for this, and we'll just call this gmap. And we will add that ref down here. So const gmap is equal to ref, and we'll start it out as null. So now, after we get the user's location, let's draw a path on the map. Using gmap value, so this is the actual element that we are getting now for the Google map, we can use something called map promise, which, as its name suggests, is the promise for the map object. And if we tack on the then method, this means that the map object has fully loaded. So we have access to the Google Maps whole object, and we can use that to draw a path on it. First, we have to create 2 points though, where the user is now and where the user wants to go. We'll call the first the current point, and we can create that using Google Maps lat.lng. And we should be able to pass in just an object consisting of a latitude and longitude. So we can use location current geometry. And this will create a new Google Maps point class that we can use for manipulating this map. And how about a destination point? Using the same syntax, Google Maps lat.lng location destination geometry. And we need to create 2 more temporary variables. A directions service, which is a new Google Maps directions service. And a directions display, which actually draws its directions path on the map. This is a Google Maps directions renderer class. And we're going to pass in an object that consists of a map property to our map object that we get from this promise. Okay, so now that we have created all of these variables, how do we put them to use? Well, we can call directions service. Oops, I want to call it directions service, not direction service. So we can call directions service route. And this expects an object where we have an origin. So that is our current point, and a destination. oops, and destination, our destination point. There's a few things that we can set. We can say avoid tolls is false. We don't mind tolls. And we also don't mind highways either. And for the travel mode, we want to set it to driving. This is a rideshare application, and while it would be cool, we don't want somebody picking us up on a one wheel or a bicycle. And so for the travel mode, Google Maps, travel mode, driving. Okay, the second argument for the route method is a result and a status. And that's in an anonymous function that we can use to determine if the route was created successfully. And if it was, so if the status is equal to Google Maps directions status okay, we can display this route on our map using our directions display variable. Directions display set directions to the result. And otherwise, let's console error out the status that we get back. So, okay, what does this look like? Let's find out. So after putting in our destination, we can now see that we are going to Starbucks. We have our beginning point here and our end point here, labeled A and B. And if we zoom in, we can actually see that we get a driving path from where we are currently starting to where we end up. Now, ideally, the user would look at this and say, that is perfect, that's where I want to go, let's go, and they continue on to the next step, which is waiting for a driver. So let's go and do that. Okay, so we have the trip here prepared. We can see the line that we're going from point A to point B. And now what we need to do is we need to give this button some functionality. We need to lock in this trip. So when we say, let's go, we provide these details to any available drivers that are out there right now. So if we head back into our code base, let's go up to that button. All right, I haven't created a handler for it yet, so let's go ahead and do that right now. So at click, we'll call it handle confirm trip. So this is the confirmation that your trip details and everything looks good, so we should proceed with it. And so we can add that in above this onMounted method. Const handle confirm trip is a function, and we need to provide it with a body. All right, well, what do we want to do to confirm that trip? Well, we should probably post to the API route that we had created in the backend to store a new trip. Or this is a perfect opportunity to say, all right, this particular passenger wants a trip started. Let's save it in the database. So now what we can do is we can call Axios. We'll import that in here. And it was a post request to /API/trip. Well, actually to localhost /API/trip. And we need to provide it with some kind of details here. We need to give it an origin, a destination, and a destination name. So the origin is where we are starting off at, is where our user's current location is. So we can use that location store and grab the current geometry from it, because we're storing the origin, remember, as a JSON string or an array of latitude and longitude values. So we get that from that geometry object. And just like the origin, the destination is the same, except it's the destination geometry that we want. And then for the destination, we can do location destination. And remember, we have a name attribute on that object as well. So there we go. That's what we want to provide this API route. And we should get back a response if the happy path is met, which then we should push the user to the next screen while they wait for a driver to be found. So we'll use router push name, and we need to create a name for this next view that doesn't exist yet. How about trip? So this next view will encompass their entire trip. If this one was the map before this one was a location, to get this kind of information for where the user's going, the next one is the actual ride to their destination. So trip seems appropriate. And of course, if there's an error, let's catch it and dump it out into the console log. Okay. Before we go any further though, I have a problem, and that is posting to this API route, we don't have any authentication associated with it. So I need to add an extra object here for headers with our authorization tag, but I'm going to be making a couple of different endpoint requests throughout this application that are authenticated. So do I really want to add in these authorization headers each time? I really don't. And also the localhost domain name here, that could change depending on where we deploy this application out to or how we stand it up in the local environment. So I want that to be adjustable in a single place. So for both of these issues, I can knock that out by creating a helper to wrap these Axios calls in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder in our source directory here called helpers. And let's create a new file in here called HTTP. Now what we need to do is create a common Axios object that we can import into different Vue components and use it with things like authorization and a prefixed URL. So let's go ahead and create the base method that will be in here. We'll just call it HTTP. And what does this return? Well, it should return an Axios create, which will build a new Axios object depending on an object of options that we add in as this argument here. So let's start out with a blank options object. Let options equals, and actually we will add in headers as one of the attributes here. And for right now, it's blank. So we don't have any headers because there are some Axios calls that we're making throughout our application that might not need authorization. For instance, the login and validation ones that we have at the beginning of the application. But if we have a local storage item of token, that means that we need to make an authenticated call, or at least we can include an authorization header in the call. So we can add that on with options headers, authorization, and it's equal to a bearer token that bears the mark of local storage, get item token. All right, and then we return that Axios create with our options object that we had built. And we can export default HTTP. So by default, we are exporting this method and can use it around these Vue components that we have. Well, what does it look like? Let's go try it out. Well, instead of Axios post, we can do HTTP post. Oh, but remember we talked about getting rid of this base URL here. So let's also add that into our HTTPS helper. So for the options, we can tack in base URL and pass in our localhost URL. So now regardless, all of these requests are prefixed with this base URL, which can be different than the URL that we are deploying this Vue app to. Okay, so let's get our user ready for their trip by adding in this route that we had created that we're sending them to. So back in our router index.js file, let's create a new route. Path is trip, same with the name, and the component is trip view. And let's go ahead and create that component and then import it up here. I also went ahead and swapped out all of these relative paths for the @ symbol that we had talked about earlier. I forgot to do that originally. Okay, so we have this trip view in here, starting out with our template and our script setup. Now I need to determine what kind of markup to put in here. Again, I have something kind of pre-made for this that I will just paste in here and we can go from there. Again, we have a basic layout like all of the other ones have been. An h1 tag that says we are waiting on a driver. And then down here we have our Gmap map ready to go. And I'm thinking maybe this could show where I'm at, where my driver's at, or where my destination's at, or some kind of combination of more than one of those things. And then down here I put a little area where we have some more information, like a message that the user might want to see for what's relevant on the screen. So let's see how this looks in the browser. Well, here's our trip that we had earlier. So now let's confirm it by clicking Let's Go. And we are in this new area screen right here. So we are waiting on a driver, and when the driver accepts the trip, their info will appear here. And if we take a look at our database in this trips table, we can see that we have a new trip that was created. We have a user associated with it, but no driver, which is exactly what we want. It has not been started, it's not complete. We have the origin destination and destination name. So exactly what we are looking for. But now we should take a step back because there's not really much we can do from this point until we have the driver's side of things set up. So let's go back to our landing area and we're going to start on the start driving path of things now. So when a user clicks, I want to be a driver, what does that path look like? Well, back in our source code, we can leave this trip view and map view for now, but we'll keep our routes file open. Let's go to that landing view that we created. So for our start driving button, let's create a new event handler for it. So on click, handle start driving. And we will add in that method down here. Const handle start driving is a function, and we should probably push the user to a new route like everything else. The route that we should create would be like some kind of standby room that we can have drivers waiting until a trip is available and they can choose to accept it if they want to. So I think a good name for this would be something like standby. And we'll create that route in a second. But remember, if we go back into our database, we had created this drivers table. This gets information from users who want to be drivers, but doesn't have it filled out by default. Well, we can't have a driver start driving unless they have that information attached to their user model. So I think this is a good area to determine if first a user is already a driver or already has a driver model associated with them. And if not, we need to gather some more information before pushing them to this standby area. So first we should make an API request and determine if a user has a driver associated with them. So using that HTTP method that we had created earlier, let's get API driver, which if you remember, should get us a driver model associated with the authenticated user that we're using, in this case, coming through this HTTP method. And what we can do is using that response back, we can determine, all right, if that response has a driver model associated with it, then we can push them to that standby route that we were talking about earlier. But if not, well, we need to go to a different route that we can get additional information from them to build that driver model. So let's push them to a different route called, I don't know, driver. And then again, like always, it's good practice to catch any errors that come through. And we're just going to put them in the console for now. Okay, so let's go and create these two routes that we have here, standby and driver. In our routes index file, let's go ahead and create those. And we'll create the views files and import these at the top of this component. Okay, so now we have these two views available, standby view and driver view. I added in a template and script setup to both of these. This one should be for users who are already drivers, but we'll start with this one where we'll need to get more information from a user if they are not a driver yet. So just like a basic form with the inputs that we find in the database that we had created. So year, make, model, color, and license plate of their car. I'm going to skip a lot of the boilerplate and just add in the markup like I've been doing with most of these views. All right, so I added in this heading with driver and car details and a basic form that has inputs for each of the items that we need from the driver. So we see here we have the full name that again is by default not added in the user model, but we should get that for the user being a driver. And then we have information about their car, the year, the make, the model, the color, and the license plate number. And then at the bottom, we have a button that says continue for the user to be on their way. So if we go back to the browser, let's hit start driving and see what happens. Okay, so an API request was made. My user that I'm authenticated with is not a driver, and so we were brought to this route. And we can go ahead and fill this information in, but right now that's not going to do anything because we don't have any functionality associated with this form yet. Back in our source code, let's go ahead and change that. So we need an action for the form. At submit prevents, Let's call this just handle save driver. And we'll use this same method on the button submit down here, just in case the user clicks this instead of submitting the form traditionally through like the enter button. Okay, so now we have both of those things tackled. Now we need to create that method though. Const handle save driver is a function. What we need to do is create a post request to that driver route to save the driver's information. But how do we get that information? Well, first we either have to create a bunch of refs or a single reactive object to store that form data in. I'm just going to create a reactive object. We'll call it driver details. And we'll give it some attributes and default values. So we'll have name, year, make, model, color, and license plate. Okay, so now in this handle save driver method, we make an HTTP request. So we'll post to driver, API driver, with the driver details object that we had created. And then if the response is good, that means the driver was saved successfully, and we now have a driver associated with this user. So like we were doing earlier, we can push them now to the standby route that we had created. But if there's an error, let's catch it out and display it in the console. Okay, before we test this out though, we need to attach all of these reactive attributes to the form elements above. And we do that with vModel. So up here at the top, we say, all right, vModel is driver details dot name. And we do the same for every other form element here. So now if we go back to our browser, we can fill out this form and hit continue, and it will make that request to save our driver's information. So let's add some data in here. And we can hit continue. Okay, our driver information was saved and we are now in this standby route. But I didn't create anything in here, so it just looks blank for right now. But we can further verify this by going back to the landing page, and if we hit start driving, it should skip that driver route and go right to standby. And it did, perfect. So we now have a driver associated with this user. So let's go ahead and build this standby route out now. All right, let's head back into our source code. Okay, and unlike the other ones, I'm not going to paste a markup template in here, mostly because we're going to have to kind of build this as we go. So let's start out with all of the other pages that I have with this padding top of 16 wrapper and an H1 tag. The title, let's say waiting for ride requests. And then maybe display some kind of little, animation down here. So let's create a loader component. I went ahead and found this one online and just pasted it in here. It's a single element with the class of loader, and then I have the styles for it down here as well. And it just animates between two different styles back and forth forever. So we can go ahead and add that in underneath our waiting for ride request title. But first, let's give it a wrapper class so it has some spacing between it. And we'll add in the loader. Don't forget though, I do need to import this in here though. So import loader at components loader.view. Okay, now let's visit our standby route again. And okay, cool. We have a standby view that looks pretty good. So we are now waiting for a ride request from one of the users that we were playing around with earlier. But okay, we need to think about how we're going to handle it from this point on. So what we need to do is we need to wait for a WebSockets event. So thinking back to how we designed our API, whenever a trip was created or accepted or completed, an event was sent out. This event was broadcast on a particular channel as well. What we need to do now though is listen for those events here, specifically when a trip is created. We need to listen for a trip being created event, which will get us a trip object, and then we can populate this screen here, this view, with that trip information. We'll have the driver, so that's me right now, be able to either confirm or deny if they want to accept the trip. And then from there, we can actually go about picking up our passenger. So it's a lot of things that we need to do, but we'll break it down and take it step by step. In order to actually listen to those though, we need to implement a third-party library. And it's one created by Laravel called Echo. So if you go to Laravel's broadcasting documentation, we scroll down here to this receiving broadcast section. You can see that we have this installed and instantiated Laravel Echo. So this is what we want to take a look at. So it's a JavaScript library that makes it easy to subscribe to channels and listen for events broadcast by your server-side broadcasting driver. So no matter what driver we're using, we can use this library to listen on the front end. We are using Laravel WebSockets, which is a pusher replacement. So we're going to install all of these here. So let's just go ahead and copy this code and run it in our terminal. Let's go ahead and just open up a terminal in our IDE and wait for this to finish up. All right, that is finished. And now we can go ahead and use this library, or try to use this library. We'll see how this works in our standby view. So we need to instantiate this, and we want to do this whenever this component is booted up. So we'll use that onMounted event again. So we can instantiate that library by saying, all right, let echo equals new echo. And it takes an object of properties that act as options. There's a few that we'll need to set here in order to get this working right. So we'll need to set broadcaster to pusher, because remember we're using Laravel WebSockets as a pusher replacement. The key will need to use the same value that we have in the backend env file that we had set earlier. So let's go ahead and see what that was. We need to set a cluster as just MT1, a default value. We need to set WS host, which is the WebSockets host. That is our window location host name, because right now we are hosting it at the same domain as this application is being deployed in. So localhost. And this will keep it in sync if we deploy it out to like example.com. So a domain name of our choosing, this WebSockets host will remain the same because we'll just have WebSockets under a different port. And speaking of which, WS port, that port is 6001. And force TLS, we want this to be false. We want to be able to use this with just plain HTTP. Disable stats, I'm going to also set to true. We don't need to constantly save statistics with this echo or display them in the console. It'll just get messy. And then finally, we need to set this enabled transports option to an array that consists of both WebSockets and WSS, which is Web Secure Sockets. This option allows us to deploy and use this on either insecure HTTP sites or secured HTTPS sites. And now what we can do is we can use this echo object to subscribe to channels and then listen for events on those channels. So in our standby view, we need to listen for the trip created event, but we need to figure out what channel that is being broadcast on. So let me just go back into our API and refresh my memory. Okay, so this was our trip started event. This is the one that is broadcast out whenever a trip is created initially. And we had broadcasted on this channel passenger underscore with the passenger ID. But see, we have a problem with this that I didn't think about when I created this API is that we don't have a passenger associated with this trip yet. Well, there's not a connection between a passenger and a driver. So yeah, a passenger did create this yet, but the driver doesn't know that. This needs to be broadcast on a general channel that all available drivers are currently listening to, instead of just a single driver and a single passenger. So let's change this out to something more generic. Something just like drivers. So this is the driver's channel, and so that way any driver can join and listen to this. And then we have our other events like trip accepted, that is a specific channel for a specific passenger. That should be more applicable for our future use of it. So anyway, let's get out of this API now and go update our front end. Okay, so echo channel, and we specify that channel as drivers. And then we listen to a particular event. So by default, the event we're listening for, the name is the same as the class created is associated with. So for us, that would be trip started. And then the second argument is a callback function, which uses that event to do something. For right now, let's just console log that event out. We'll call it trip created and pass in the event. And this way we can see if our work is actually, well, working. Let's go back into the browser, refresh, and take a look at this. Okay, and we get this error. Pusher is not defined. That's because if we go back to our source code, I forgot that I also need to import pusher from that pusher.js library that we had added in earlier. Okay, now let's try this one more time. Okay, perfect. So we are waiting for our ride request. The console looks good. And if we go into our WebSockets serve panel in our terminal, we can see that we have a message. All right, we got a connection from the front end. So we are now subscribing to the channel drivers. So now we should be able to push events to this channel and get them back from the front end. So let's open up another window and I'm going to pretend to be a passenger with the same user. Okay, so let's find a ride. Where are we going? This time let's go to Park Ave CDs. Find a ride. Let's go. And now waiting on a driver. Now that event should have been pushed out to the events server and then dispatched to the channels who were listening on that event. And well, nothing's there. Wait a minute, I think I messed something up here. Yeah, so going back into the backend code here, I didn't realize that the trip started event that I had created is for when a trip starts. So after I pick up a passenger. So yeah, I want to go back to how this was set up before. I'm missing an event in here that I should have created, and that's one for when a trip is created to alert drivers that, hey, this trip is available if you want to pick it up. And so let's go ahead and create that now in our back end. That's my fault. I'll just copy this trip ended event here as trip created. All right, let me update some of the names around here. And then the channel we will update to drivers. So that is what we originally wanted to send out the trip created event to. And now the last thing that I need to do is actually dispatch that event where it needs to be. So that is in our trip store method. Let's go to that. And let's go ahead and create the trip first. So trip equals this, and we'll return the trip. And between the two, let's do trip created, dispatch with the trip and the request user. Okay, so now that we have our event firing the way it should be, let's exit out of the back end. We're going to need to make an update on the front end now though. And so in this echo channel drivers, instead of listening for trip started, we need to listen for trip created. And let's go ahead and try this out one more time. All right, so find a ride, destination, Park Ave CDs. Let's go. Okay, and going back to our other tab, we see that we have in the console a trip created object. And if we open this up, we have a trip model associated with it with all of the attributes that we expect to come out of it. So perfect, exactly what we are looking for. And we can see in the log for the WebSockets serve event, we have the message that was sent out with the entire JSON string associated with that model. So now we need to make some use of this. Let's go back into our source code. So what I'm thinking is whenever a trip is coming through, we should display a map that shows where that trip is headed, or at least what the destination is, and then allow the driver to either accept or deny that trip. We should grab that trip information though that we saw come through the console log and hold it somewhere, because in case the driver accepts that trip, we can just keep that same information for any following screens. And in order to do this, I'm going to implement another Pinya store. So like our location.js store, let's create a different one for a trip, and we'll just call it trip. Okay, so remember we need to export const, use trip store, and that is equal to this define store method in Pinya. It's named trip and returns back this anonymous function, which itself returns back an object of items that we will be using in here to define this store. Now let's go ahead and look at that object that came through one more time to see what we'll need to pull out of this to save. Okay, well, we'll need an ID in case we need to make future calls to this store. We'll keep the destination in the origin object, so that'll be handy. The name as well, we can show that as a display. And maybe the user ID too, just in case. Okay, so let's do const ID is equal to ref, starting out as null. Same with the user ID. And then we'll create our origins and destinations, our reactive objects, with both latitude and longitude set to nulls. And what was the other thing? Oh, destination name is a ref that is set to an empty string right now. So now let's go ahead and return these items. So ID, user ID, origin, destination, and destination name. Now let's put this new store to use. First of all, let's get rid of some of these open tabs that we're not using right now and go back to our standby view. Let's import our use trip store and initialize it with the const trip is equal to use trip store. So what I want to do is I want to store all of those attributes coming from this trip created event that match up to the ones that I had just created in the store. And in order to do that, we can use that patch method again. So we can say, all right, trip patch, which will fill in all of the similar attributes between this event and the trip store. And I can just call that on this event trip object because that was the model that held all those attributes. Now what I want to do is whenever also this trip comes through, I want to change this message up here, this waiting for ride request. So let's go ahead and add in a new ref here. So we'll call this title. And by default, it is this waiting for ride request. And then I can swap this out for the title. And then down here, whenever this trip patch is created, let's update that title's value to ride requested. Okay, the final piece that I want to do though is whenever this ride is requested, remember I wanted to show, instead of the loader, some kind of map with the details of the trip. And in all honesty, what I probably will just do is copy the directions map that we had whenever the user verifies and confirms their trip from a passenger perspective. So what was that in map view? Yeah, this whole section down here where it builds a route out. I'm just going to copy this and paste it in my standby view and wrap it up in some kind of wrapper. So let me just go ahead and do that. All right, so I added in this wrapper div here, and I have this map element. I have a message of where the user is going to, and I created these two buttons here. We scroll over to decline and accept the trip that was presented. Now, what I need to do though is I only want to display this if a trip has come through, and I only want to display the loader if a driver is waiting for a trip. So let's go ahead and add in a conditional in here using vif. So we can say, okay, if there is no trip ID yet, because by default, the trip ID is set to a null ref. So if there's no trip ID, then we're just displaying the loader. But else, which we can use velse for, we're going to display this whole map and card area down here. And we can populate this. So we can say going to, because we now have a trip object. We know that a trip object has come through from the server. So we can say, okay, we're going to trip destination name. And then for the map, we can use a center right over the trip's destination object. So this is a pair of latitude and longitudes, so it fits perfectly in with this Google Map plugin. So now if I go ahead and refresh and try to get a trip coming through, so in the background, I did another trip for the same location, and we can see here it came through in the console. We have our trip object. And if I close out of here, we can see the message was changed to ride requested, and the name of the destination is displayed as well. The destination itself is actually centered right in this map. And if we zoom in, we can see here Park Ave CDs, which is where I want to go, is perfectly centered in the map. I said before, though, that I wanted to add in the whole directions aspect of it and show where the passenger currently is and the whole trip. I mean, as a driver, I have no idea if the user is going 5 miles down the street or 500. So it makes way more sense to see the entire trip. So going back into the source code, let's go ahead and add that in. And again, we're just going to pull from this same map view component here. Ideally, I'd refactor this out into its own component or its own functionality that I can import in. But I think this is the only two places that I'll use it. So for the sake of time, I'm just going to copy and paste it. Now I don't want to initialize the map directions in this onMounted method like I had before, so I'm going to give it its own function. Let's call it initMapDirections. And we'll paste this in here. And instead of all of these location references, we're going to be using trip. Okay, so now to actually run this, let's go ahead and whenever a trip created event comes through, after this, let's set off that initMapDirections function. All right, now let's see if this works. And we're getting this error, gmap not defined. And oh, that's because I added a ref up here for gmap, and it's what I'm using to reference in this initMapDirections function, but I never created an actual ref for it. So let's create one now. All right, let's try this one more time. And we have another error, gmap value is null. So I think what's happening is that we have this kind of race condition going on. So whenever this event is fired off and we patch in the trip, we're initializing the map directions immediately, but there might be some sort of delay between the trip being patched and that function being called. So this div vls doesn't display the map yet and initialize it until maybe just a little bit later. And so in order to combat this, let's just add a timeout for this initMapDirections function. So we can say, all right, set timeout for the initMapDirections function. And I don't know, we'll wait like 2 seconds. That should be plenty of time. And we have to remove the geometry attributes because the trip origin and destinations, if we go to the trip.js store, it's just an object for origin and destination. There is no geometry attribute. And let's clean this up. So instead of current point, this is origin point. And we'll copy that same name here to origin point. All right, that looks good. Let's save this and see if it works in the browser. So yeah, all right, after a couple of seconds, it showed the full path for our ride requested. And now we can either accept or decline this. If we accept it, we should be making our way to our passenger. If we decline it though, what I want to do is basically just wipe out everything about this trip on my local end and then go back to that standby loading area. So let's focus on that first because it's the easier path to kind of go on. So all right, this button is up here. That's the first one. Let's create a new click handler and we'll call it decline trip. And then let's go ahead and create that method for it. And actually, let's call this, I like prefixing on my button clicks with handle. So handle decline trip. And we'll copy that back into the button up here. Okay, so what do we need to do? Well, we need to remove everything that's associated with this trip store and kind of start over from its defaults again. So what I could do is call trip patch and provide an object where I specify that the ID is null, the user ID is null, but that takes up kind of a lot of space. And I might want to reset this trip in other components as well. So instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a method inside of my trip store here. And we're going to call this reset. So what this does is kind of the same thing, but self-contained inside of this store file. So we're going to reset all of the values of everything that we have in here that can be specified in external components. So, all right, we start out, okay, so the ID value, reset to null, same with the user ID. And the origin latitude and longitude, both null, same with the destination. And lastly, the destination name. Now, in order to use this, we do need to export it like everything else. So we can export it, reset. And now in our standby view, all we can do is just call trip reset. So now this will reset our trip, which means that up here, this v4 will be active. So it'll show our loader again, but we should also update the title to go back to the default as well. Let's go ahead and call title value is equal to that. Okay, so we got the decline trip all set. Now let's work on the accepting a trip. Again, let's create a method for this. So click is handle accept trip. And we'll create a function for it underneath our decline one. Handle accept trip is a function, and what should be in the body. So what do we need to do? Well, let's think back on our API. If we take a look at the routes that we have here, well, we have this route for accepting a trip here. And what that does is attach a trip to a particular driver and starts the motions for going to the passenger. So that's what we'll use. So what we should do is we should call an HTTP request on it and create a post to API trip and then provide the trip ID and accept. And the body for that needs to consist of just a single attribute, the driver's location. Because we're using the request user or our auth token to pull in that driver's ID and associate them with this trip, but we still need to actually bring in the driver's current location and have that property updated manually. Well, how am I going to get my current location? Well, if you remember back on our location store, which I can open up real quick, remember that we had created this getUserLocation method, and we were using it to update a user's current location. We were using this on the passenger side to update their location, but if I'm logged in as a driver, I can update my location as well and store it in a similar store, and then use that in components related to being a driver. So let's go ahead and add that in. So just like trip is using useTripStore, let's import our useLocationStore and initialize it. And then let's grab my user's location and store it as soon as this component mounts. So await location, update current location. And because we're using await here, this has to be an async function. So now we have access to a location current object, which will be my driver's current location. So in order to update my driver's location, all I need to do is call location current and then provide it the geometry. Okay, so that should satisfy all of the needs for that post request. So now we should be getting a response back, which consists of the trip with the updated attributes. Now I need a way to determine where I, as a driver, am going. So I need to create kind of like a secondary trip. So I saw a map view of where the passenger currently is and where they want to go. But now I need to see where I currently am, and I'm using the passenger's location as my new destination. So essentially what's going to happen is now I need to make a new direction to go from my current location to the passenger. And then once I'm there, we will actually start up the trip that's displayed on this screen here to go from where I pick them up to their final destination. So in order to make this happen, I'm going to use that same location store, and I'm going to patch in the destination with the name of just passenger and the geometry as the origin from this response, which is actually the trip's origin geometry. And once that patch is done, I want to bring my driver to a new view. They are currently on a trip going to the passenger, so that is what I want to display. So let's push them to a new view called driving. And as always, we'll catch an error if it occurs, and console error it out, or error it out to the console. Okay, so let's go ahead and create this view before I go any further. I'm just going to exit some of these open windows that I have right now. So, okay, at the bottom of our router index file, path driving now, name driving, and component driving view. Create the component and see how this is working in our browser. Okay, so we're in our standby. Let's fire off a new trip. Okay, so we have our ride requested. Let's decline it. Okay, it cleared out the trip and now we are back on standby. Let's try that again. Okay, this time we have a new trip. Now let's accept this. All right, perfect. So now we went to this new route. We are now driving to our passenger. So it seems like we're getting a little closer to finishing this up. So now we're getting right into the heart of the application. We are currently driving to our passenger. We need a map display to get us there. So let's build out this view. And don't forget, I still know that we need to finish on this view as well, but we'll get to that shortly. Okay, so what I want to put here is something similar to this screen. I want to have a map area and a little info window down here, because right now I need, as the driver, to know where my passenger is and where I'm going to them. So let's go back into the code base and we'll add something like that in our driving view template. Okay, so I just pasted this basic template in here. We have the gmap map component and a little area underneath of it showing what the current objective is on this screen. So going back to the browser, we can see that we have our title still, our map area, and then going to pick up a passenger. What we need to do now, though, is we need to populate this map with our current location and the passenger's location. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add 2 points inside this map using the gmap marker component. This will allow us to place Google Maps markers at specific points in our map. And we can do that with the position attribute. So again, we need a marker for our current driver position, and we also need a marker for our passenger's position. So we'll create 2 of these inside of our map. And we also need to set the center of this map to some kind of coordinate. So all of these attributes we don't have any values for yet. Let's go ahead and figure these out. And to do that, we're going to need the location store. Because if you remember back in the standby view that we had patched a location to both the origin as the driver's current position and the destination as the passenger's current position. So we can use both of those values to populate these markers. So we'll create a location constant with the use location store method, and then we can go ahead and use that location in our positions. So for one of these markers, location origin geometry, and another one, location destination geometry. For the center of the map, I probably want to do something programmatically where I can get the difference between these 2 markers and maybe have it center on that. I'll have to figure out how to do this. For now, though, let's just set it to one of the locations. We'll just do the origin geometry. All right, let me just make sure. Okay, going in our store location. Oh, that's something I need to change. It's not origin, it is current. Location current geometry. So that is our current location. And the destination that we have is the passenger's location. Because remember, right now I'm from my driver's perspective. And we just need to set a ref for that gmap that we have. By default, it's null, and that will connect this ref up here. All right, let's go into the browser and see what this looks like now. Okay, well, we see we have 1 point here, which is good. And if we zoom out, we can see the other point that we have down here. Problem is, we don't know which one is the current and which one is the destination. So let's try to change these icons and give some of them some kind of customization. Okay, so for our current location marker, we can set this icon attribute to a property that we can create. Let's call this just current icon. And for the destination icon. Now the gmap marker components require a few properties in these icon items. So let's create them and populate it. So const current icon. is an object, and it requires a URL to be set, which I'll just paste in this OpenMoji SVG file. And we need to size it with scaled size. Width is 24 and height is 24. And let's go ahead and do something similar to the destination icon, but changing the emoji out. Okay, let's see what this looks like now. All right, that's a little bit better. So we have a car icon for us driving, and we have a cowboy face icon for where our passenger is. So here's where we are, here is where we need to go. Two things though. One is that, like I had said earlier, I want this to kind of automatically zoom in on the center between these 2 points. So like right here would be good. Because when we started this, it was zoomed in over here and centered on this icon. So we couldn't tell that there was another one over here. And then second is having these icons as they are really doesn't help me navigate to where the passenger is. So what I'd like to do is every few seconds, update my current position as I'm driving to this passenger's location. So let's add both of those things in. What we need to do is we need to update this center dynamically using some Google Maps classes that we can access from the libraries that were pulled in, kind of like our other components that we've done earlier. In order to do that, we need to hook into the Gmap lifecycle event whenever it's booted up, just like we had done before. So scrolling down to the end of our script here, let's do onMounted. And whenever this is fired, let's wait for that Google Map to finish loading via that map promise property. We get a map object back, and we're going to use this to create a dynamic bound of latitude and longitude, which should also dynamically zoom in this map as well. Okay, well, what do we need to do? We need to create 2 points objects. So we'll call this origin point and destination point. We also need to create a bounds object, so lat_lng bounds. Now for each of these points, we need to call the extends method on that lat_lng bounds object. So lat_lng bounds extend origin point, and lat_lng bounds extend destination point. And then finally, the last thing that we need to do is we need to fit our map in the bounds that we had created. So just map object, fit bounds, lat_lng bounds. Now let's go ahead in our browser and see how this looks. All right, and there we go. So we can see the center of our map is like right here, and it's kind of between both points that we have. So both points are fitting inside of the bounds that we had created and are both viewable on the map. So we got one part out of the way. The next part that we need to do is we need to update this map as I move and drive towards my passenger. I'm going to refactor out what I just created into its own method because I'll be calling this each time that we update this map with my new position. So let's just refactor this out into its own method. We'll call it update map bounds. And it will require that map object as a parameter. Okay, so now onMounted initially, I want to update the map bounds. And then every, 5 seconds, we can set an interval. And what I want to do is update the driver's current position and also update the map bounds, which it'll automatically take in that new information because we're using the location store. So update map bounds with that map object. And like I said, every 5 seconds sounds pretty good. So 5,000 milliseconds, but I need to update my driver's current position first. So like we did with previous components, my location state has that update current location method in it. So I can just call await location, update current location, which will update the state with my user's current location. I'm using await, so I need to use an asynchronous method for our set interval. Okay, well, what does this look like now? As you can see that every 5 seconds or so, my driver location is updating. I have it set to a random position, so it's going to be kind of weird, but we can see that every 5 seconds it is updating appropriately. It's moving the marker, and also the map center and zoom is updating in response to that change in position so that both icons are always on the screen at the same time, centered directly between them. So this is exactly what we are looking for. The only problem with this though is it's only updating from my perspective. It's only updating from my view. But whenever we go back to this passenger perspective and finish this screen, I want to show my passenger where their driver currently is on their way to them. So kind of have the same screen on their side. In order to make that work, I need to constantly be updating that driver location attribute in the database, which also fires off an event. Now we have an endpoint for that, which is perfect. So all I need to do is inside of this set interval is I need to update the driver's position in the database as well. And so we can do that by calling that API method. Instead of doing that in here though, I'm going to refactor it out into its own method. And we'll call it broadcast driver location. So up here, const broadcast driver location is a function, and let's make that API call. So HTTP post/API trip, and I need that trip ID, which we'll pull in from our store in a minute. And it was location, I believe. And so we just need to populate one attribute for it, and that was the driver location. And that is my location's current geometry. Because remember, we had just updated that with this await location, update current location method down here. So then for the response that I get back, we don't need to do anything for that at all, because that is basically just syncing everything with the database side of things. And the event that gets sent out is more for the passenger. If there's an error though, we'll catch it as usual and console error it out. Okay, now we just need to get this trip ID, and we can do that by pulling in the store up here like we use for the location store. So const trip is equal to use trip store. Now good practice though is that I want to remove that interval that we had set every 5 seconds whenever this component is unmounted. So we can use this on unmounted hook from Vue, and we can create, up here, a ref. So we'll call this interval ref. And we can set that interval ref for our set interval object down here. So interval ref value is equal to this set interval here. And then on the unmounted hook, on unmounted, we can clear interval the interval ref value. And then we can set that interval ref value again to null. All right, this is looking good. Now up here, if we go back into the template, I created this little gray area down here. And what I want to use that for is a way of giving control to the driver to set where their trip is currently with some kind of state. What this means is I want to give our driver the ability to say, okay, they have made it to the passenger, and instead of relying on how close in proximity they are or anything like that, the driver will have a button that says, I've picked up the passenger, let's start the trip. And then likewise, whenever we get to the destination, there'll be a button that says, I've made it to the destination, let's complete the trip. So let's add those buttons in. Okay, so I have one for complete trip and one for passenger picked up. Now, I don't want these to display at the same time. I only need to display these one at a time, depending on what the state of the trip is. So remember, if we go back into our database, we can see we have these columns for is started and is complete. And these are states regarding whether or not the trip is started or has been completed yet. The one we're looking for is this is started column, because that implies that the passenger has been picked up and we are going and we are going to their destination. So I want to show this complete button only if, vif, the trip is marked is started. Otherwise, I want to display this passenger picked up button, which should fire off that the trip has started. So now you can see here we only have this one passenger picked up button. So whenever we click this, that signifies, all right, we've picked up the passenger, let's drive to their destination. And so at that point, we should switch the map over from being going to this passenger to going to the destination that they had originally set. Before we continue with that though, let's switch gears back to this screen here, which is what the passenger will be looking at as they're waiting for a driver to accept their trip. Because we have a few events that have been kicked off from the server that we should focus on and allow those to be seen before we move on any further. All right, well, we have this screen here, and this should populate whenever a driver accepts a trip with the driver's information, so we know who's picking us up. If we go ahead and head back into our source code, we can get rid of everything that we have open right now. We'll keep our router index file open as we've had it. And this view was the trip view, I believe. Yeah, when a driver accepts the trip, their info will appear here. Okay. So we need to make a few adjustments to this screen to get what we want. The first thing that we should do is include where we are on a Google map, so we have some kind of reference. And for that, let's set a default of the gmap map component that we have added in here. Let's set the center to my current location's geometry. And in order to get that, we'll have to pull in that location store. And we might as well also pull in the trip store as well. Okay, now that we have this over the center, let's also create a pin where our user is. And we'll use the same icon that we had in the driver view as well. Okay, now we have to wait and react for an event coming through the WebSockets to determine that a driver has accepted our trip. And in order to do that, we can use a similar setup that we had for the standby view on the driver side of things. So we take a look at that component again. We need echo and pusher. And then what we need to do is on the onMounted method, we need to create a new echo object, listen on a channel, and respond to that event coming through. So let's get this set up in the trip view component. And I'll just copy what we have here so far. All right, we put this in the onMounted method. Now our channel and listen is going to change, and we'll take a look at that in a minute, but the echo object will stay the same. We'll have to import echo and pusher. All right, let's go and decide what this channel and event we're listening to is. Okay, so I went ahead and opened up our backend here. And if we go to this trip controller accept method, that's when a driver accepts a trip. We have a trip accepted event that gets dispatched. Where is this being dispatched to? All right, it's being dispatched to the channel passenger underscore and then my user ID. Now, this is a slight problem though, because if we look back at the controller, all right, when it gets accepted, we're dispatching this with trip, which is correct, but then we're dispatching it with the requested user, so the user who's authenticated into this. But the problem is that's the driver, and the channel passenger with the driver's ID really doesn't make that much sense, because I don't have that yet. The only time that I have that is after the trip gets accepted. So what I need here is the passenger's ID, which is what I had thought to reference to begin with. So I need to change this inside the trip controller. So instead of the request user that gets passed through here, it needs to be the trip's user. So just trip user. Because also remember, if we go into the trip model that we had created and scroll down, we have a user property that belongs to the user class. So that's who created the trip. Okay, this makes more sense. So now if we go back to the front end code, we're listening on the channel passenger underscore, and then the ID of the user who created the trip, which is me. So that would just be trip.userid. Because remember, we have our whole trip object available to us from the trip store. And then instead of trip created, we are listening for trip accepted. Okay, now we need to change a few things in here. So let's get rid of this and decide what we are changing whenever that trip accepted event comes through. So scrolling up to the top, well, we have this waiting on a driver message, which we can refactor into a message property, or we'll do title. So let's create that down here. Const title is ref. Waiting on a driver. And let's also create a message, and that will be the information down here at the bottom. So like whenever a driver accepts the trip, and this little message here, what do we want it to say afterwards? So then we'll replace that with just message. Okay, so now let's change these titles and this message whenever we have a driver who came through. So now title value is equal to, how about a driver is on the way? And title message, let's provide some details about that driver. And actually the trip driver name, is not an attribute that's available thinking back on it. If we go ahead and look in the database, if you look at drivers, we have the year, make, model, color, license plate, but the name is under the user attribute here. So we actually need trip driver username. And we get all of this information, well, we should get all of this information from the event that comes back from trip accepted. And actually, we need to patch the entire trip store with the event that comes back to us. So now this should give us access to that driver object. Okay, well, now that we have everything put together, let's go ahead and see if this works. So I went ahead and created a new trip. We can see my little icon here as a passenger is waiting for a driver. And now if we go to my driver view, we have a ride requested. So let's go ahead and hit accept on this. Okay, so now I'm waiting to drive to that passenger. And if we go to my passenger side view, it still says waiting on a driver. What's going on here? So it looks like the event never fired, and it's because this channel is being set to null. So this trip user ID isn't available. If I take a look back in our map view in this handle confirm trip method that we have here, it's because I realized I never put in the patch for the trip store in this as well. So once this trip comes back from the API, we need to be storing this in the front end so I can reference it in later views. And I never did that. So let's fix this real quick. So we'll import the use trip store and then create that store here. And then let's reference that in the response that we get back from the API trip endpoint. So all we need to do is trip patch response data. Okay, let's try this one more time. Okay, so now I'm waiting on a driver again. And a driver sees that a ride has been requested, so let's accept it. I'm now driving to my passenger, and the user sees that a driver is on the way, so this message has been changed. But down here, we're still seeing this same message. That's not good. All right, let's debug this. Trip driver is undefined. So that relationship isn't being included in the request coming back for some reason. Let's head into the backend and see if we can fix this. Okay, so here's our API code. Now let's go to the trip controller and find the accept method. Start, end, accept. Okay, well, we're loading in driver user for this and all of these methods actually. So I don't know why the driver isn't coming through. Unless in the trip store, I don't have a driver object associated. I don't have a driver object associated with a driver coming through from the API. So let's go ahead and change that. So how about const driver is a reactive object. And what properties do we have that we want to pull into this? Well, let's see, we need an ID, a year, make, model, and license plate number. And then I also need a user object associated with it as well, which has a name. And then if we go ahead and reset these values, I want to clear these out as well. So let's go ahead and do that too in this reset method. Okay, so we nullified all of these values in case we reset this trip again. So let's give this another shot. Okay, so now I'm waiting on my driver one more time. I get a ride requested as a driver. I accept that ride. I am driving to my passenger. And it looks like we're still not getting that driver's info down here because there's a race condition as the patch happens and this message value is trying to be displayed. In order to combat that, I'm just going to prefix everything down here with the event object that comes through. This way, we'll at least have all of this information readily available immediately, and we can display that on our front end. All right, one more shot. This should be good. Okay, I'm waiting on a driver. I have a ride requested. Let's accept it. I'm driving to the passenger, and my passenger now sees that a driver's on the way. Andrew Schmelian is coming in a 2019 white Honda Accord with a license plate, Florida 123. Okay, exactly what I wanted to see. This is perfect. The next thing that I want to do though is I want to display my driver's position on this map just like I have from the driver's perspective, but in reverse. So how the driver sees where they are in relation to the passenger, I want me as a passenger to see the driver coming towards me. So it'll basically work the exact same way, except instead of from the driver's perspective as the location changes around, we need to listen for another event, and that is the driver's position changing, and then update our map depending on that. So the first thing to note is that if we go into our database, don't forget that we have this driver location column in our trip table. So we have that available in our trip store object as driver location. So the first thing that we can do is that when we get this trip accepted, let's put the driver on the map. So in order to do that, what we can do is create a new marker here. So we'll just copy this same one, and its position is related to the current trip's driver location. And in this icon, we will call it the driver icon. And let's go ahead and just paste in the same kind of driver icon that I have from the driving view that we had created earlier. So that would be this current icon. So this is the driver icon. Okay, so we have our driver icon ready. Now, what do we need to do? Well, we need to listen for another event. So on that same channel, remember, we're going to listen for this trip location updated event that gets dispatched out. Again, though, we don't need the request user that's doing this. We need the trips user so that we can have it dispatched on this passenger channel. Okay, so listen for trip location updated, and we get that event. And all we need to do is just patch in that information that's coming back, just like the above event, into our trip store. See, the way that this works now is that the user's location has been updated inside of that model, and it is getting broadcast out to us. So all we need to do is just insert that new information into our store, and Pinia and Vue will automatically repopulate this map marker with that current trip's driver location. One more thing before we take a look at this though is that the trip will not always have a driver location associated with it, because by default when we first load it up, the trip has no driver associated with it. So let's only display this map marker if the trip does have a driver location associated with it. We need to make sure that this driver location property is available on our trip store though, because I don't think it is. And I am right. Okay, we just have the destination and the origin, not the driver location, which means that it won't be reactive, even though it could be updated by our backend. So let's add that in here. Const driver location is a reactive object. with a lat and longitude, just like the other locations. And then like everything else, when we want to reset it, we will reset it down here. Okay, so let's see this in action. Okay, so now I have a driver is on the way, and I can see my driver coming slowly toward me, but jumping around the map a little bit. So just like on the other view here, I also want to implement that bounding box functionality so the map automatically moves and zooms in to wherever my driver is to me as the passenger. Now you already saw that once, so I don't really need to go through each individual step. I'm just going to add the code into my trip view component. Okay, so just like the driver's side view, from the passenger's perspective, whenever the driver moves around, the map zooms and updates its bounds based on those 2 points. So we have our passenger view looking good now. I need to go back to the driver's side view and we need to focus on this passenger picked up button. So what we need to do is just fire off an event that says, all right, the passenger has gotten into the car. Now we can start going to their destination. So let's go back. We can exit out of these tabs that we have open. I need to open back up that driving view component. And it is this button right here, passenger picked up. So let's create an event handler for this first. So at click, handle passenger picked up. And let's go ahead and create that method. So scroll down, we have a decent size component here. We'll add this here. Handle passenger picked up is a function. And so what do we need to do here? Well, first we need to make a post request to that trip start endpoint that we had created, because that's going to signify a trip has started. So we can use our little HTTP helper, and we're posting to API trip ID start. And the body for that is empty, so we don't need to add anything else to it. We will get a response back though, which is our trip object. So as we get this response back, let's make some changes to this view. If we scroll up here, well, we're no longer driving to our passenger, so maybe we update this message to be more dynamic, or this title. So let's cut this out. We'll call this title, and let's create a ref down here. And maybe when we start this trip, we say, all right, well, now we are traveling to the destination. But we need to change that destination because, okay, for right now, as a driver, my destination point, this was this location destination, which was pointed to the passenger's previous location before I picked them up. Well, we need to change this now, and we need to make this the destination of the trip. So in order to do that, let's patch up our location, and we're going to patch up the destination object inside of it. The name we're going to set to that response back that we get, the destination name, and then the geometry for it is the response data destination object. So this request is going to get us back a trip object. So that trip object's destination and destination name, we're going to use that and patch in our location's destination. So now from my perspective as a driver, the destination should be set to the user's desired location. And then as always, we'll catch an error coming back and output it to the console. Okay, let's see how all of this works together. Okay, so I have a ride requested. Let's go ahead and accept it. And I'm driving to my passenger now. And let's go ahead and say that we have picked them up. And now that icon disappeared and it got put back to where the destination that we're traveling to. And the map is updating again in real time. So we are traveling to this destination. Now, one thing that you can note though is that this button still says passenger picked up. we needed to swap to the other button to complete the trip once my passenger has been dropped off. So let's find out why that's not working. If we scroll up to where that button is, we can see if trip is started, but we never updated our trip store object. So let's scroll down to where we handle the passenger being picked up. And then after we do the location patch, let's patch the whole trip as well with what we get back from the API. So our entire response data object. So now that button will say, all right, after the passenger has been picked up, we will need to complete the trip. And speaking of completing the trip, let's go ahead and add that functionality in now. It's basically the exact same that we did for the handle passenger picked up. So we can just create a click event handler. We'll call this handle complete trip and create a method underneath our other one called handle complete trip. Again, this is just an HTTP post going to API trip ID, and I believe the API endpoint was complete. No, it is end. Okay, so again, we'll get a response back from that. And what should we do for that? Well, let's change our title one more time, and we'll say trip completed, and we'll catch any errors that come out. But we can't just say, all right, the trip is complete and leave it at that. We need to do something with this data that we get back. Well, we can patch the entire trip store like we did above with that object that we get back from response data. And that'll give us access to another Boolean flag that we have on there, which is the is_complete flag. So we can maybe play an animation or something to show the driver that their trip has been completed successfully. And then in the background, we can reset all of the data that we have in our trip and location stores, and then bring the driver back to their original startup position so they can be ready for the next trip that comes through. Now, if we open up the trip store, we already have this reset event, but we don't have one for the location store. So let's add one in here. Const reset is a function, and let's clear out everything that we have in here. So this will be our reset. And then we'll just include that in the export for this store. And so now we can use, after this gets patched up, we can say trip reset, location reset, and finally, let's use the router to push the driver back to their standby route. Now, I don't want this to all happen immediately though, so let's set a timeout for this. Let's wrap all of these in here, and we'll give it about 3 seconds. That should be enough to play some kind of nice animation. Speaking of which, the animation. Let's scroll up into our template and let's see where we can put that. So I think a good place for it would be at the same level that this div is. So what we can do is we can add a conditional that says, all right, if the trip is not complete. So if not trip is complete, then we're going to display all of this down here. So our map, our buttons, and everything else. Otherwise though, let's display this block here. And inside of here, let's create this little animation component that plays once. So in our components, how we have this loader view, let's create a new one. We'll call it tada.view. And I've pasted in this basic component that I've written and animated with CSS. So it just shows this emoji here, and it has a animation that lasts 2 seconds on it based on these keyframes that I've set down here. So ideally what this should do is that as soon as this window becomes available, and actually let's add in that tada component, as soon as this window is rendered out whenever the trip is complete, it'll play that animation which lasts 2 seconds, and then there will be about 1 second of emptiness before the driver is sent back to their standby area, ready to start a new trip. Actually, before we go further with this, I just realized that I didn't add in those flags to our trip Pinya store. So let's go ahead and do that. So we have const is started is a ref that's by default false, and const is complete or is completed. What was it? Is complete. Is complete is also a ref with false. Let's add these values to the reset down here, and then we will add these to the export as well. Okay, let's go ahead and see how all of this is working together. Okay, so as a driver, I have a new ride that's been requested. Let's accept it. And now I'm driving to my passenger, taking a few seconds. Let's drive to them, and I've picked them up. So now I'm traveling to their destination. And we're traveling and we're driving. All the while you see down here that the button has been changed to complete trip. So now let's say that we have gone to our destination. I'm ready to drop my passenger off, so let's complete the trip. Okay, the trip is completed. I got a little animation, and I'm right back to, and it has stopped. Why has it stopped? Well, the console says, invalid assignment to const is to, I completely forgot that in our trip store, during these resets, I need to use .value. A rookie mistake. Okay, so let's replay that animation one more time. All right, so we went from the trip being completed back to the standby. So now I'm waiting for another ride to come through as a driver. But how does this look from the passenger perspective? Well, nothing's really changed since it said that the driver was on the way. There's a couple more events that I should have been listening to, so let's go ahead and add these in. We can get out of this trip and driver view, and let's open up the trip view, which is from the passenger's perspective. So if we scroll down to the bottom, we have the trip location updated, but now let's also listen for a different event. And if we go to the back end, we have this trip started, and we also have this trip ended event that we can be responding to. So let's add both of those in. So trip started and listen trip ended. So for the trip started, for all of these actually, let's patch in the trip with the responding model object. And let's update some of the information that's on the screen. So a driver isn't on the way anymore. We can now say that you're on the way to your destination. Or how about you're on your way? And then we can change the message to where we're going. So you are headed to trip destination name. But remember, like we did on the driver side perspective, we also should probably change from the passenger's view where their destination currently is. So as a passenger, I need to now be in the car, and the destination needs to be the little cowboy hat. So how can we do that? Let's go up here and let's see what we are using. So the origin point, that is my current location. The driver point is the driver location. Well, whenever I get picked up, my driver location and my location current are going to be the exact same. The driver location is always updated though, so it'll be easier if we just swap out the current location with the trip destination. So it might be a little confusing because of the nomenclature, but this will make recording those a lot easier. So all we need to do is patch in this location current with the trip's destination geometry. So going down the trip started, let's patch in the location. And we can use geometry. I'm sorry, it was current geometry is equal to trip destination. So now that should put the cowboy head at the destination that I'm going for. And then what happens whenever the trip has ended? Well, let's flash again like a little message on the screen. Maybe just change the title for a few seconds. And then from there, the user should just go back to the beginning screen so they can be ready for another ride they pick up, or if they want to switch to being a driver. And like we did on the driver side of things as well, let's reset everything for the passengers stores. So we'll create a title that says, "You've arrived," a message that says, "Hope you enjoyed your ride with trip driver username." And then we will set a timeout to reset the trip, reset the location, and send the user back to the landing view. Okay, now that this is all put together, let's see this section in action from the view of the passenger. Okay, so now I'm waiting on a driver, and a driver is now on their way. They're coming toward me in a white Honda Accord with a license plate FLA123. They're close by, so maybe they'll pick me up. Okay, now it says that I am on my way. I'm headed to Apinberry's Gardens, and we can see that I am here in the car, and my destination is up here with the little cowboy hat icon. So now we're just waiting for the drive to finish. And I guess the drive finished up, but I didn't see my message flash on the screen. And that's because I set a timeout with no timeout. Let's set this as 10 seconds. That should be enough to read our message and then wait for our return back to the landing page. Okay, let's see that last part in action one more time. Okay, we are on our way to Apinberry's Gardens. Now let's see what happens when we get there. All right, you've arrived. Hope you enjoyed your ride with the driver, Andrew Schmelian. And then after a few seconds, we are back to the landing screen. So now we can choose to either start driving or find a new ride and start this all over again. And well, there you have it. That's how to build a basic ride-sharing application with Laravel and Vue. We built a backend API with Laravel using WebSockets, events, and notifications. And we built a front-end application with Vue using Tailwind, Echo, and Google Maps. I hope you enjoyed putting this project together with me as much as I enjoyed building it and recording this video. Now, this code was created and meant to show a functioning example, but it isn't really fully complete at the moment. It was mostly meant to be a demonstration, and I think that served that purpose pretty well. There's a good amount that can be refactored. In this, like making a component out of the map elements in the front end, or adding some automated tests to our back end. There's also a few bugs that you might have noticed already, but there also might be one or two bugs that you might have noticed. Anyway, there also might be a few bugs in here that lead to some unintended behaviors. If there's any interest in it, I'll create a follow-up video showing how to fix some of these issues and improve the front-end and back-end code bases at the same time. If there's interest in it, I will show a follow-up video showing how to fix any issues or concerns that you might have, as well as improve and refactor the back-end and front-end code bases. Speaking of which, feel free to check out that source code. The link for it is in the top pinned comment. I've also added links to some resources and packages that were used throughout this video in the description. As always, if you have any questions about this or any other web development topics, please feel free to reach out to me on Twitter or in the comments below. Thanks for watching.